scored the highest at that contest. And then we have the other categories, other devices we're not going into those today.
So I rephrased this. I said these adjectives, that's up to the judges. But wonder if there's enough added. So like sure, yeah, like if you think about it really. So if you pop on one so I elaborated a little bit on that. So the guy on the tightrope with the thing, yeah, blocks that in. So yeah, I kind of elaborated a little bit on yeah, I'm gonna adjust it. Give it a that's all. But and we got yeah, if you want. Yeah, if you want. We got cocaine here. Welcome. Welcome. We're starting in a few minutes. Thanks for coming. Welcome. We're so back. We are inside. Dude, if that happens on stage, I'm just going to keep going until people rock. That's so welcome. We realized we just stopped back, so it'd be nice to have everything going again. Welcome, Thad. Maybe you can show us the trick ladder.
What's that?
Maybe you can show us the trick ladder.
Trick ladder?
Are we doing trick ladder?
We're not doing trick ladder here.
Oh man,
Yeah. All the time. But I've demoed that on stage many a time.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Lights down a bit so the projector is visible. But it's kind of dark. It's a little That's worse. That's still plenty visible.
Yeah. Justin, I think you're going to be repeating that. I can borrow your yeah.
That's a little washed in. We good there?
Move it off to the side.
Yeah. Put it like this corner.
To the right? Yeah.
There's more. It's just us playing our phones. 49 people watching us playing phones right now. Hey, Aaron.
Hey guys!
What's up?
Are you gonna join us up here?
Bad time.
Oh, it's so tough.
We got to do a big old fight.
Yeah. Hunter's got a mean left hook. Alright guys, we let people in the line know that they can enter through the side door. They can handle things afterwards. So you might get a couple more people, but I think you guys are probably good to get started whenever you're ready. Good. I like that.
All right, testing. Hey guys, welcome. It's great to see you. I'm Connor. This is Hunter and Justin. We're really excited to talk about judging. So whether you are a competitor or you want to learn how to judge, this is a great way to learn all these gold nuggets about competitive yo-yo. So we're calling it shadow judging, and the question is, what is shadow judging? It's a way for, like, it's another way for the spectators to be active participants at the yo-yo contest and to score the freestyles as they watch and get the chance to submit their scores to the National Yo-Yo League for feedback. And one other thing I forgot to mention is this PowerPoint is available on the National Yo-Yo League's Instagram on their link tree. It's viewable as long as you have the link. So we recommend for anyone who's interested in competitive yo-yo, it's a great idea to have a pair of clickers to learn how to score yo-yo tricks. And so, yeah, I'm a little bit of a hypocrite. I didn't bring clickers because I traveled out of a back. Yeah, Hunter doesn't have clickers. Yeah, Justin's the good boy. So we do have clickers at the Yo-Yo Expert booth. They're selling clickers, and they're also providing index cards with like a golf pencil, so you can keep track of the scores as you watch. And so we do offer feedback, and that's the great thing about shadow judging is you can go to the National Yo-Yo League and you can get feedback from official judges like us. And it's also a great way to become an official judge later. It's a great avenue for that, to build those relationships. So before we have any fun, we have to lay down a few ground rules, all right? So if you want to participate in shadow judging and you want to click the freestyles in the audience, we recommend that you please do not interrupt the official judges while they're working. They have important work. Sometimes they're sitting down for hours at a time trying to be as focused as they can. So don't interrupt them, and then don't ask for feedback until after the award ceremony. It's fair game to pester anyone you want and ask about scores or whatever. And also, we ask that you don't use the clickers as fidget toys and try to make as much noise as you can with them or whatever. And we recommend that you please stay in your seat and don't crowd around the judges' table. And basically, let's follow common sense. Let's be respectful of the judges and of everyone at the event. And now we're going to talk a little bit more about a simplified view of the score sheet.
Okay, so here we have the 2025 Northeast Regionals 1A final score sheet, and I'm just going to quickly break it down. I know it looks very complicated if you haven't seen a score sheet before, or maybe even if you have, it might still be kind of complicated when you first look at it. But as you'll see, you have the placements, you have the names of all the competitors, and then the first category that the judges are judging you on is going to be the tech execution, which is 60% of your score. It's a total of 100 points. Tech execution is 60 of those 100 points. And the way that's calculated, Justin, you want to demonstrate how a judge will hold the clickers, and you'll have one hand where it's for positive clicks. Every time you complete a trick, you'll get a click, or maybe multiple, depending on the difficulty. We'll go more into that a little bit later. And then on the other hand, every string hit miss or other types of mistakes, we'll go more in depth on that too. But at the end of the day, you have your positive clicks, your negative clicks, and then you take your positive clicks, subtract the negative, and that goes to your final score of the technical execution. And that number is basically going to be normalized out of 60, which we'll also go more in on that on some of the upcoming slides. So this one right here is how clicking works on easy mode. So I think we kind of already went into that a little bit. So some examples for something that you might click as a yo-yo contest judge is something like a boing boing. We want someone to demonstrate some plus ones. Okay. I think most people in the audience probably know what these tricks are, but maybe for some of the parents or newer yo-yoers you might not know. So this is an example of something that might be counted as a +1 trick, right?
Also pop and
Pop and fresh. Or do maybe like a Brent Stoll. These are all examples of a trick that has enough level of difficulty to be scored in a yo-yo contest, but it's going to be one of those +1 elements. And then along with that, you also have something like a +2 element, which is going to be the more difficult tricks.
Yeah.
So an example of a +2, 2.0 hook. See how that has that added layer of whipping an extra time. That one's definitely going to be a +2.
At least.
At least. It could be a +3,
That's a
+4, depending on the judge.
Takes multiple tries.
That's true.
Maybe like a dismount like this.
That one as well. We'll go more into trick presentation as well, which can affect clicks too. But then negative clicks, this is something that a lot of people get kind of confused about, but basically the main idea of what a negative click is, it's going to measure either string misses, where the yo-yo actually misses the string, or a loss of control of the yo-yo. So that's also very much up to the opinion of the judge, what's considered a loss of control. But let's just go into the next slide now. I think we're going into tech normalization.
So tech normalization is basically, once you get that positive and that negative number, you add them together, and that number is the highest score is represented as 60. So you're going to have multiple judges on the panel, and each judge is going to have their own player that gets a 60, and that is their, like, the player they think had the highest technical execution. And every judge is, like, each player is going to have their normalized scores averaged. So for Judge 1, they had the first player at 60, the 125 minus 10 was their highest player. And then for the next player, they had them at 54.8, and then the average of those two numbers is 57.5. And then that 57.4, that's how it's going to be represented on the score sheet, is 57.4 out of 60. So basically the raw numbers are just represented under a number under 60, and it just makes it easier to deal with it in ratios, like just makes it easier to deal with it, like, because the technical execution is 60% of it, so it just needs to be represented as 60. Oh yes. This is a heat map. So this is very valuable. So you have all those judges. This is, and then all the players. Each judge has a player at 60, and then on the right is all of their averages. So you want to have like a lot of judges, because as you can see, like Judge 2 had Zach at like a 59 when everyone else had them like a lot lower. So it's important to have those other judges to kind of like even it out. But yeah, the darker the color, the higher they were on that technical execution. And yeah, it just tells you a lot about how to read the whole field.
All right, so thanks to ancient Greek philosophers like Plato and Socrates debating for millennia, we have finally come down to what a positive click actually measures. So if someone were to click a freestyle and it says 130, what does that number even mean? What does it represent? What is it a measurement of? Well, it's a measurement of four things in combination with one another. It's a measurement of these four parameters: success, difficulty, risk, and variation. So it's not any one thing, it's a combination of it. So success asks the question, does the player even land the trick, all right? And the difficulty asks, how much skill is required in doing the trick, and perhaps how much practice does it take to be able to do the trick? And risk asks, would missing the trick be catastrophic to the performance and to the impression of the performance? And variation asks, does the player demonstrate many different skills that don't overlap with one another? So they're demonstrating a wide variety of trick types, all right? And so, you know, this is a nerdy community. This is a room full of nerds mostly. And so we're gonna have debates and we're gonna have disagreements, and that's totally normal for judges to have disagreements. But when judges do have disagreements about clicking, it usually boils down all back to these four parameters. Like, people might debate, that trick was difficult. I don't think it was that difficult. Or like I thought that trick was repetitive of another trick. Well, I didn't think it was very repetitive, and so it all comes back to these 4 things. And so it's important. As judges, what we like to do is we don't want to use a blanket statement and say this trick is always, no matter what, worth 1 point, and this trick is always worth 2 points. What we do is we try to use these 4 parameters as a lens to look through, and we assess every trick as we watch it, and we watch the trick, and then we make the decision how many points we think it's worth, and this is the lens that we use. All right.
Okay, so now we have the negative clicks. After going through the positive clicks, back to negatives now. So this is the one thing that many yo-yoers get confused about, because many people will look at negative clicks and be like, okay, well, anytime you do something unintentional, that's a mistake, right? While technically, yes, that's true, a negative click isn't necessarily supposed to measure mistakes, but it's rather to measure things that are hurting the performance visually, such as string misses. So missing a mount, like trying to land a trapeze or any sort of string trick and missing it, that is a negative click. And also any loss of control. So the loss of control, like I was saying earlier, is very much up to the judge's opinion based on like whether was it really that big of a loss of control, because not every loss of control should be necessarily counted as a negative. Either Justin or Connor, you want to demonstrate? Yeah, so let's just show an example of like, first maybe like a normal, like an actual string hit miss, right? He's missing that trick. It's fully falling, not hitting the string. Those are definitely negative clicks. Now, how about a loss of
Let's say I'm
control?
about to go up for this bind, and I go like, oh, hit my arm.
See, that's a loss of control.
Oh, that was a string miss right there. And also like a fumbled catch, so like missing a catch would be a loss of control.
Yep, or other things such as like a snag, something like, let's say you're yo-yoing and you get like a small snag. Try to show an example of that. See how he throws and it kind of...
Just snags back, you don't catch it.
Oh, still.
Yeah, so that's the kind of thing where some types of snags may not be, because there's...
Should we say this is not a negative?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to
If
say.
they maintain control.
Yeah, if they maintain control, like let's say he knows that there's going to be a snag and he tries to fix it,
Whoa, that's a snag.
and he goes like this and then throws again.
Yeah.
That is intentional, right? Because he's trying to make sure that there's not a snag before throwing again. So that would not be a negative click, although even though it's a slight imperfection in the routine, it's still not considered a negative click. And then I think we kind of went into other things, but like a hesitation during a movement in the trick, that's something where that would be affected more so in the trick presentation eval rather than the clicks. And then, yeah, always remember the weight of a negative click as well. This is something, I don't know if we're going to really go into too much, but the weight of a negative click very much depends on your scale of how many clicks you're giving for positive tricks. So like, if you're being very generous, giving people like +5s or +6s for tricks, then all of a sudden the negative clicks are going to have less meaning when you're doing your scores. So that's why it's very important. If you're clicking people really generously, you also want to make sure that that's being reflected in the negative clicks, right? Because like, if you have, let's say you have positive clicks and you're clicking someone very high, those negative clicks are not going to mean as much if you're clicking someone 150, whereas if someone else clicked that same routine like 120, all of a sudden the negative clicks are going to mean a lot more. Does that make sense?
Yep. Demonstrate the major deduction.
All right, yeah, and then a major deduction, that's another part of the score sheet. So something like a restart, like the yo-yo stops spinning and you have to bind it to bring it back to your hand. That itself, that is technically a loss of control. So that will be a negative click, but then the actual major deduction itself, bringing it back to your hand, that part will not be counted as a negative click, but rather a -1 major deduction off your final score. All right, I think that covers everything on this slide. Should we?
Let's ask.
Yeah, we could demonstrate if you want. I think that'd be fun.
I can demonstrate.
Yeah, I know Justin's very good at snapping strings, so yes, we're gonna.
Yeah, so
So first do a discard.
yeah. So let's say
most competitors will hopefully have a backup yo-yo on stage just in case. And let's say you're going at it, and then you accidentally get into a very specific knot like this, and you're like, oh no, like I got this knot, I can't yo-yo anymore, and then you switch yo-yos. That would be a -3 on the major. So not a -3 click, but a -3 in the major deduction category, which is different from deductions and clicks.
That's off of your final score rather than
Right.
just the 60% technical execution, if that makes sense.
That too, yeah. And then let's say,
Okay, let's see it, Justin.
let's say
-5 major deduction.
So yeah, there's 3 major deductions, and we only went over 3 of them. And if you happen to get really unlucky, then that happens. Then you have to switch yo-yos. So the
How are we supposed to demonstrate tricks now? We don't have.
I got one. So after you snap the string on accident, and then you switch the yo-yos, it is a -5 deduction. It is no longer counted as a discard. So like you could snap the string and then grab the yo-yo, and it's -5. So just because you snap it and then grab a yo-yo, it's not a snap and a discard. It's just going to count as a snap.
Or if the string breaks on its own.
Yeah.
It snaps on its own.
But it's not a discard on top of it. Then I might as well stay here.
We're doing a Q&A at the end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hold on then. All right, we're doing non-scoring tricks, Justin. You want to play?
I wasn't on it, so. Yeah. Wait, I thought you put it. Oh, you put a magic one.
Are you going to do the non-scoring? Was that you?
Yeah, you go. Oh, this is my side.
So not any interaction between the string and the yo-yo is worth a point, only the ones that are deemed as most difficult through those lenses we were talking about earlier. So a trick also does need to interact with the yo-yo and the string in order to score points. So tricks like rock the baby, where the yo-yo and the string never interact with each other, does not count as a trick that is worth a point, no matter how difficult he makes it. And then also tricks like any of the picture tricks, yeah, or pinwheels.
Even if it's a cool picture trick.
Yeah, even if it's like the coolest thing you've ever seen. Even if it's like, yeah, I was just gonna say it was like Darth Vader.
Or like
And then, yeah, grinds. But also like, one thing to keep in mind though is that like some of these, like a grind for example, could actually help increase the difficulty on a trick that involves the yo-yo. Yeah, that's coming up soon. And then there are like tricks like trapeze or double on trapeze they do interact, but they're not quite as hard as some of the tricks that we also think are 1 point. So yeah, stuff like this. Maybe if you did it enough, there might be a judge, but not in the way we see it. Yeah, because these are basically pinwheels where the yo-yo is already connected to the string, and there's no real transitions between strings happening. Yeah. Lots of brain twister stuff, yeah.
But the Buddha's revenge would count, right? Because it's touching the top and the bottom of that string?
We'll get there soon.
Okay.
Can I add something?
So something that's important is that first bubble there that says the yo-yo and the string must interact. They must make contact in order for a string to be considered for clicking. So if the yo-yo doesn't hit the string at all, no matter how cool it is, if you do like a backflip over the Texas Cowboy yo-yo, like that's not eligible for clicking. But if the yo-yo hits the string at all, it's up to the judge's discretion to give it a point. But what we want to do as judges is we want to be fair, and if we were giving a +1 click to the easiest string tricks that exist, it would be really difficult to assess how difficult, like, let's say a super advanced 2025 trick that just came out and it's like one of the hardest tricks anybody's ever done. How are we supposed to compare that to like a Buddha's Revenge or a Cold Fusion? Or like if essentially one of the bullet points there says, we're mentioning low difficulty tricks. So in today's current judging system with current judges, there's a lot of instances where today's judges, like this weekend, they're not going to be giving a +1 point to a lot of tricks where the yo-yo actually does make contact with the string, which I know seems a little bit confusing, but a lot of judges have what I call a +1 threshold. It's sort of like, it's a standard that you have to meet in order to get a +1. And so there are a lot of extremely low difficulty string hits that today's modern judges in a practical setting, they're just not giving a point for in today's system. And so at the end of the day, it's all to the judge's best discretion. And if a judge wants to give a point to a trapeze, they're entitled to do that. It's within the rules to do that. But the way the trends are right now, judges are now making the decision more often than not to not give any points to the easiest string tricks available, and to give +1s to tricks that are a higher level of difficulty, like boingy boing, or a good Eli hop, or a hook, or a Brentstall, just as a few examples. I hope that makes sense. But this is one of the more like nuanced points of modern judging. But it's better to mention it than to not mention it. We're trying to be, frank about it.
Okay, next slide. Okay.
So a topic that is under a lot of debate right now is the concept of repeated trick elements. So it should be obvious to understand that if someone does the same exact trick, like these two Spider-Mans, they look exactly the same. If someone were to do the exact same trick twice in a performance, it wouldn't be fair to give them the same value for both of them. So like the second time they do a boingy boing, for example, it'd be better to give that no points. So that's obvious. That's like very clear cut and easy to understand. But it gets a little bit more complicated and a little bit more nuanced when tricks overlap. So it's not exactly the same trick, but it actually demonstrates the exact same skill. So can you demonstrate an Eli hop and that one Eli hop I was telling you?
Like you just wrap the string around.
Okay,
So Hunter, show us an Eli hop. Oh my God. Yeah, that's a pretty good Eli hop. A lot of judges might give that a point. But let's say there's another trick where players might wrap the string around their neck, or they might, like do an Eli hop here. The trick looks a little bit different. However, he's actually demonstrating the exact same skill set. And then doing an Eli hop from a double or nothing, it's a slightly different skill set. You've got a few more strings there, but yeah, you've got that. So all of these tricks are not exactly identical, but it's up to the judge's discretion to decide, okay, these tricks are so darn close in terms of the skill set required that we're going to choose not to give points the second time or third time that they do it. And so there's a lot of examples of things like this. So, and the reason we talk about repeated trick elements is that fourth parameter we mentioned earlier of variation. We want to award players who have the widest variety of skills and can do differing trick types, right? So whoever has the highest tech score should probably be someone who is a master at many different types of tricks, not just one type of trick, right? So, we talked about some tricks can look slightly different, but if you dig a little bit deeper, they demonstrate the same skills. And so another example is like multi-hooks. I guess a lot of you are probably familiar with like the 2.0 or the 3.0 hook. This is a common talking point with repeated elements. If someone were to do a 2.0 hook in a freestyle, and then later in that freestyle, they do a 3.0 hook, also a very hard trick, it actually demonstrates a lot of the same skills as the 2.0 hook. It's just an added layer of difficulty. So I'm not saying this as a blanket rule. I'm just saying a lot of judges will choose to give the 2.0 hook 2 points as an example. And then when the player later does a 3.0 hook, they might see, okay, it's a 2.0 with a little bit of added difficulty, so I might give 1 point for the 3.0 hook, which might sound like robbery, but the player is actually demonstrating a lot of the same skills with added risk and difficulty on top of that. So in reverse, if someone did a 3.0 and then did a 2.0 later in the freestyle, it would probably be a good idea for the judge not to give any points for the 2.0. So yeah, we could talk an hour about repeated trick elements, but that's a little introduction to it.
Okay, this is one of my favorite slides. So this is examples of added difficulty, and it's very important to mention that that just because something adds difficulty to a trick doesn't necessarily mean it's going to click higher. Because like Connor was saying earlier about, I think it was you, might have been Justin, but about like the click threshold, like how difficult a trick really has to be in order to get a click. And it's kind of the same way going from a +1 to a +2. You need a certain level of extra difficulty to go from a +1 to a +2. So these are just examples of things that can add difficulty, but it's really up to the judge to decide if it really is deserving of that extra click or two. So what example, you wanna demonstrate horizontal yo-yoing?
Okay.
So let's do like a 2.0 hook. Okay, yeah. So 2.0 hook done normally versus done slightly horizontal, right? 2.0 hook, many judges will give that +2, although remember that it's not always going to be that way. Judges might have different opinions. But then you see how he's doing it at like a slight angle? That's something, that's definitely another very common debate in yo-yo contests.
Yeah. So slightly horizontal, it's a little bit harder, but is it really an entire point harder, right?
Okay, Connor, now try doing a perfectly 90 degrees horizontal 2.0. That is an example of something that is much harder than doing it not horizontal at all.
1.0.
Now you can see that's obviously much more difficult to a point where it could definitely be rewarded at least one extra click in contest.
So yeah, potato. It's like, is this a horizontal 1.0? And then there's the other trick I just did. Like they look very different when it's like, it's the same element, but it's a different presentation.
And that brings us into another example, which is the trick presentation, which that's something where, try like an Eli hop. Yeah, in Eli hop 1 inch off the string versus an Eli hop traveling as far as possible or maybe all the way out to the side. See, the difference in these is a very large amount. Like many judges won't score if you do just a tiny little Eli hop because it's kind of a thing to think about where if the yo-yo is barely traveling from the string, is it really that much more difficult than doing nothing at all? Because like you can pretty easily pop the yo-yo a centimeter off the string, but it's much harder to pop it 3 feet off the string and make it look good, right? So that's just an example of something that can affect clicks as well. An added layer of density in a whip trick, that's something we kind of already talked about, but like compound elements. Do you want to show like a compound element?
Compound?
Yeah.
Just cool whips. I mean, this is the whip guy.
Really?
Yeah. Well, it says added density to a whip. What do you mean by that?
Added density.
Yeah, what do you mean? That's
Think like a multifarious.
This is pretty
multifarious.
dense.
Yeah.
Think about it, because that's technically 2 elements happening at the same time.
Yeah, most things are. That's really difficult.
That is true. But that's an example.
All right, now backflip.
Ooh. One thing about like the jumping over the trick that it says though, like I will say that jumping over the trick itself is not what.
Jumping over the trick itself is not what makes it score, but the trick happening as that's happening is what would make it harder. Like just jumping over the string won't be a point because the yo-yo and the string are not interacting in any way.
And just to add to that, it's also not yo-yo related difficulty. Like how we were talking about doing a trick on 1 foot, that's not going to add clicks because that's not making a yo-yo trick more difficult. That's really just making your balance more difficult.
Yeah. Solving a Rubik's Cube with one hand while yo-yoing is really hard, but it doesn't mean we're going to score higher.
How many clicks does this Rubik's Cube solve yet?
32.
Okay, anyways, yeah, that might be good.
Okay. All right, we know you guys are antsy. You want to ask questions. So, yeah.
We're opening it up to Q&A. Please pin us in a corner. We want to be dumbfounded, like, oh my gosh, how are we ever going to answer that question? That's such a difficult question. But if you have any questions related to competitive yo-yo, please let us know.
Live chat.
Yeah, and the live chat.
Live chat.
Yeah, but by show of hands, if anyone has a question, please. All right.
If any of you guys are judging
One trick? One trick element?
Any given trick.
Well, all right, so for the people online, we got a question. What is the highest we've scored any one trick? And so we could break that down into what's the highest you've scored any single trick element. We like to use the word element because those are the building blocks of a trick. If you were to ask what's the highest scoring trick, you could say, oh, trick combo. It could be a 30-second combo that scored 45 points. But let's talk about a trick element. Like, the most I've given a trick element would probably be 6 points for the hardest trick I've ever seen, which I can't do it, but it's the second to last trick in Hajime Miura's 2019 4A World Freestyle, if you want to be very specific. It's the hardest trick I've ever seen. But in 1A, typically, like for me as a judge, I will give like 4 points, maybe 5 points for the absolute hardest trick elements I see. What about you guys?
Yeah, I would say there's a big difference between tricks done on stage versus a single element that you might have seen someone spend 5 hours to film for a social media post, right? Because like someone could theoretically make a +10 and spend 20 hours trying to film it, but like, is that really happening in contests? Not really. Like, I would say probably 5 or 6 in a contest for like one element. It's probably around the highest I've seen. But you bring up a good point about Hajime, because like, I was really only thinking about 1A. I would say within other styles, yeah, I mean, I could see up to like 7, 8 even for some crazy solo hand kind of stuff. But what about you, Justin?
Yeah, so like on stage that I've seen, it would be Mir doing 4.5 hook from reverse Brent stole behind the back. And then most I've ever given, while actually being on the panel, was someone transitioning into a star whip from a brother Brent stole, which is pretty hard. I can't do that.
Okay, anyways, we have some questions on the live as well. So Henry asks, why have clicks versus a score for risk, difficulty, variation, and success? I'm not sure if that's, okay, you want to answer that?
All right, Henry, thanks for your question. I'm going to repeat the question. It says, why have clicks versus a score for risk, difficulty, variation, and success? I think what you mean by this question is, instead of having clicks, why don't you have evaluations for that? Like you have the evaluation judges giving a 1 out of 10 score for difficulty, variation, success, and risk separately. That's a valid point. There are contests that have evals for those specific things, but there's a limitation with being an eval judge, is you have to sit there for 3 minutes, and you know, sometimes the drool is dripping out of your mouth a little bit. And then by the time the 3 minutes is over, you have to try your best to make the most fair assessment that you can. Something that's a lot easier and more foolproof is that when you actually have the tally counters in your hands, and the clicker judges are not making one decision. They're not deciding one score and making one decision. They're actually making like 200 decisions over the course of 3 minutes. That's a lot more accurate and precise than making only one decision. So an eval judge, one angle you could look at it is an eval judge is making one very important decision. And so if we have eval judges for every single part of the score, it gets really hard to be consistent and accurate. So that's why we use clickers, is because it's just easier to keep track. You can just make a quick decision in one moment of the performance, and then you can move on. Yeah, we had a question online that says hardest trick ever. We've addressed a little bit of that. Yeah, I mean we can fangirl all day about great yo-yo players, but yeah. Are there any other questions live? Yeah.
I got 2 questions. The first question is when it comes to discards for like 2A and 3A, right? Say I get a 9 in one of my yo-yos and I discard that. Would it be more beneficial to just get rid of the other yo-yo with it, or would it be like a partial discard, just digital?
So in divisions like 3A and 2A, the two-handed two yo-yo divisions, the discard evaluation, the major deduction is per yo-yo. Okay, so if you get a knot, or if your yo-yo breaks, or some act of God happens and your yo-yo doesn't work anymore, and you switch that yo-yo, you're getting a discard for that yo-yo. So let's say you're a 3A player and you get a knot. it's a lot more advantageous for you to just switch that one yo-yo than to switch both yo-yos. Because in 3A, if you switch both yo-yos, you're going to get a -6 major deduction. It's -3 per yo-yo. And so sometimes 3A players have to switch both. But a lot of the times they don't have to switch both. They might get an axle nut in one yo-yo. So I hope that answers that.
Okay, a couple other questions. Where can we? Oh yeah. Okay, Joseph, what's your question?
Is it better to be an underclicker or an overclicker?
Okay, that is a very good question. So an underclicker versus an overclicker. So, okay, yeah. So like underclicker versus overclicker. That goes back to like what we were talking about like the scale of how generous you're being with giving hard tricks high levels of clicks. So like if you're giving the hardest trick in the world +3, I would consider that maybe an underclicker versus someone giving +9, 10, 11, 12 for a really hard trick. That might be considered an overclicker. But again, it all depends on the judge. So, I mean, at the end of the day, whatever is better is however much you think negatives should have a play on the final score of technical execution. So like, because the negatives among all judges, whether they're underclickers or overclickers, right? Whoever's being more generous with their clicks, that means that their negative clicks are gonna end up meaning less, right? Because like, if you have a lower scale where your clicking routine's a lot lower than other people, the negative clicks are gonna have a lot bigger of an impact on your score. So ultimately, I mean, it's kind of up to you whether you want the negatives to have a big impact on the score. If you want the negatives to significantly affect the score, then lowering like your click ceiling is good. But if you're on the reverse of that, like I think a lot of people are kind of 50-50 on it, but like if you are more of an overclicker, I know I hate to use these words because like what does that really mean? But like if you are clicking on a higher scale, then the negatives aren't going to mean as much in the final technical execution score. Do you guys have anything to add?
So since the scores are normalized under 60, if you're able to actually accurately like overclick and have like the ratios between the players be accurate, then ideally that is like the best way to do it, but it's just hard to actually give the right amount of clicks or think about like how many clicks a certain element would be when like other people are given like the same things, like 1 or the same thing 2. In an ideal world, you know, you'd have a scale like 1 through 10 and each element would be that, but when you see new stuff, it's just impossible to actually think about that, and with how fast elements are happening, you actually can't score that fast. So we just try to find the balance of like, how quickly can we assess the skill just so that we have the right differences between the players.
All right, the Super Puma. The Super Puma on YouTube asked, if you have never competed before in yo-yoing and you're still a beginner who has been yo-yoing for about 2 years, do you as a judge recommend that you compete first in sport instead of pro? All right, that's a great question because we have a lot of sport competitors who are a couple years into yo-yo, and I would say it's up to you. I mean, if you want to win something 2 years into yo-yo, it's a little bit easier to win the sports division than the 1A pro division. So if you want to have some fun and see if you can win in your age group, that might be a lot of fun, but it kind of depends on how much you want to challenge yourself. There's a lot of people who consider it a major win if you make it on to the next qualifying round, like if you make it past prelims or if you make it to finals or something. And so it's really about goal setting. It's really about goal setting at a personal level. What do you want to accomplish? How do you want to challenge yourself? That's really what you can do. And then with Pro 1A or any pro division, I mean, almost the sky is the limit. It's very difficult to win any yo-yo contest, essentially. So for anyone, you can have a good goal post and try to accomplish your goals.
Yeah, so one thing I'd like to add about sport versus pro, I think one thing that's important to a lot of people is how many tricks they actually have and are consistent at. So like sport division is going to be just one 1 minute routine, Whereas for a pro division, like at the National Yo-Yo Contest, for example, you'll need a 1-minute routine, a 1.5-minute routine, and also a 3-minute routine, which that right there sometimes is a deal breaker for people competing in pro, just because like they might not have 3 minutes tricks, which a lot of people don't, and that's fine. But it's just something that you'll be able to get that many tricks over time just by learning more and more. But like the debate of sport versus pro, I think one good thing to consider is like, do you, like Connor was saying, do you want to win something, or like the good thing about pro division, even if you might not fully be ready to win pro division, one good thing about it is that you'll kind of see a baseline of where you're at compared to like the top tier players. And I think that's always a really good thing for people to look at, because they can easier see what kind of things they can improve on in the future.
So Toby Barnes said, oh, he just deleted his comment. Okay, he said he heard that some judges will combine like a group of smaller elements together into one click, like with speed combos. Yeah. So yeah.
Were you gonna
Yeah.
comment on that?
Yeah. I'm just waiting for you. So while there's not like one specific trick happening, obviously that should be hard enough for some clicks. So the way they kind of think about it is grouping them together. So it's kind of hard to explain which ones to group together, but there are like certain yo-yo movements that have multiple interactions, like that could be like one or two. And then like, do you want to do the
Like it wouldn't be
inside
fair
roll
to
one?
give that entire combo 0.
Right, like that takes a good amount of skill, regardless if there's not like one singular hard interaction happening. And then same thing with front style, like yeah, and like boingy boing. There's not like one singular interaction happening, but these combination of elements are hard enough for some points. But you wouldn't click every single one of them. You would just group them together. So I usually click every like 3 to 4, like one.
Something I like to do is
Yeah,
like
I'll click it out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah,
yeah.
about that. More or less.
Yeah, I think one other thing with like the grouping elements together, I think a good way to think about it for some people is like looking at how the mounts are changing. Like just one single roll isn't going to click, but if you're doing like a sequence of a few things where it transitions into a significantly different position where it requires a level of skill, like if you look at that combo, every time he was saying a click was when it was kind of going into like a significantly different mount.
That's right. So, that pretty much.
Okay, other questions?
Any other live?
Audience?
Yes.
If you have like a rail combo and you add like a very difficulty to it, like a handicap, for example.
So I want to make sure I hear you correctly. What was that?
If you have like a rail combo and you have a handicap to it, would it like score more or would it score
You
less?
add a what
Like,
to it?
if I have a rail combo and you do it blindfolded,
Oh.
would it like
yeah.
do something? Like,
Okay.
would it score more or less?
Okay. Okay, blindfolded. Any other like examples, like maybe like behind the head or not like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's
Okay,
like-
I see what you mean. Yeah.
That was a very interesting question, thanks. The question was, we were on the topic of rail combos or speed combos or Godspeed or whatever you want to call it. The question was, if you were to do a rail combo and add a quote unquote handicap to it, he said he used the example of blindfolded. If you were to do a rail combo blindfolded, would that increase the clicks? Well, that actually comes back to one of our slides where we mentioned added difficulty, and that comes into the trick presentation and execution style, and having like not looking and doing a trick makes it a lot harder. So I think it is worth giving more points as long as you can prove that you can't see it. So there is a gray area, like, I mean, I don't know. But here, another example, like sometimes people do rail combos like fully horizontal, or they'll do a rail combo like completely behind the back or behind the head or something like that is absolutely much harder, or under the leg or something, that's harder. So, but yeah, the blindfolded one's actually a little bit of a gray area. How can you prove that you can't actually see it? It might get a little cheeky. Justin's itching to answer that too.
So I think like when a trick only works like when the trick itself is inherently blind, like some of like your behind the back stuff, like that's when I would be more inclined to give it more. But like if you're just not looking while doing a trick, it's not really like yo-yo related difficulty. But if you were to do like a hop behind the head and like you can't see the yo-yo at all, like it only works that way. So that's kind of part of the difficulty.
Yeah.
Okay, we have another question. I knew we were going to get at least some of these questions. How much points does the Shion Araya slack element score? Okay, well, it doesn't really matter too much which specific element. Okay, wait, you want to answer this?
It's +2.
Okay, well, anyways, the idea of how many clicks for a single element, it really doesn't matter too much because ultimately, like, it's up to the judge to decide how difficult it is compared to other tricks. But Justin, you want to demonstrate just so people get a visual idea of what trick?
Which one? Yeah.
I'm curious, what is the
Yeah, I don't know the Shion slack.
I have a feeling. I have a feeling he's talking about this one.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, a lot of judges will give that too. But again, like, just because we say +2 doesn't mean every single judge is going to agree on that. Like, I could see people giving it 3, I could see people giving it 1.
Yep.
I mean, it's all just up to the judge. So, yeah, asking how many points something scores doesn't necessarily mean too much. I think a better question people should be asking is, how does this trick compare to the other tricks I'm doing, right? If it's better than another trick you're doing, maybe consider doing that instead. But when you're talking about just like one trick, you don't really have too much to compare to, so it's kind of, it doesn't necessarily give you that much information to work off of.
Do we have any more questions here?
So if you as a judge have to judge like visually or not, how do you go about it?
So like if I were judging 3A or 2A?
Like just how it's really clear.
Well, it's,
Okay, so what I would say to that is, first of all, it's very hard to judge a style if you aren't that good at it. Like, you kind of have to have a basic level of the style in order to be able to have an idea of how to score it. But like, even then, like, you could just not know how to do 2A loops, and you could learn how to click 2A, at least to a level of accuracy where 2A players would be happy, right? Like, it really just takes training just like anything else. Like, you could go up to a 2A player and just like, ask them about 500 different tricks, like how they think those difficulties compare to others, and eventually you'll kind of just like get a baseline of how different tricks in a style compare to others, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but the best practice to be a judge is to experiment and try to learn the tricks and try to get an idea of how difficult the tricks are. But yeah, unfortunately, we're running out of time, but we are going to practice clicking a couple freestyles, perhaps. We might only have enough time for one, but yeah, Hunter and I don't have clickers because we're goofballs. But Justin's gonna try. If any of you have clickers on you, please participate, and we can click together. So we're gonna do the whole freestyle at once, and then after the freestyle's over, we're gonna nitpick a few spots and kind of talk about why Justin might have given 2 instead of 1 and stuff like that. Yeah. All right. So. Oh snap! I gotta get the Westgate Wi-Fi again. We are going all the way to Japan for this one. I don't know if we have audio. Yeah, I don't know if the internet's fast enough.
Looks like
We're doing 480p. All right, thank you, Kohei Nishimura. Great job. Okay, if anyone's brave enough to share their scores,
We won't shame you.
raise your hand. What'd you
We won't
have?
shame you if you're
All right, 152 minus 9. That's good. I wasn't clicking just now, but I've scored this freestyle on numerous occasions. This was the Japan national champ 2 years ago. I was probably in around that territory, like the 150s range. Justin, what did you have?
I had 137 minus 15.
Justin's a little bit more strict. That's all right. What did you have?
I got 142 minus 1.
Okay, 142 minus 9. Did anybody have a negative count that was different than minus 9? Anybody? What did you have?
Minus 8.
All right, minus 8. Okay. So everyone just yelling out the numbers is like sort of helpful, but what's most helpful is like a little bit of deep discussion and debate. Like I was listening to Justin click right now, and I was like, Justin, you only gave that one? What the heck, dude? Like that's where it's good to have some debate. For example, I'm gonna call out Justin. Okay, so here's just one example. Here's this hook here. He jumps out of a trapeze and lands in that. Like I would have given that 2 all day long, just for the air time and for how much the yo-yo goes airborne there. And just landing that hook is to me, it's significantly more difficult than a lot of the textbook +1 elements like Brentstol or whatever. But yeah, so debating with your friends is a great thing. It's okay to disagree, but yeah, it seems like we're pretty much out of time, but we really appreciate you guys. Thanks for coming.
Thank you guys all for coming. Hopefully you got something out of that. I don't really have anything else to say. Do you?
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong, they can get clickers at the expert booth. Yeah, and then we're going to start prelims very, very soon. And then get your little golf cards and submit them to National Yo-Yo League.
Yeah.
Like what?
It's all going to be good. I don't really have sitting in the yo-yo sandwich. I sit in the yo-yo sandwich and that's it.
I like to think as long as you're consistent with your methodology. So like if Justin were to say, I gave that trick 3 points, I thought it was a really cool trick, and I said I gave it 3 points because I think it's really hard. Like we have to come to agreement on what our method actually is, like what our target is, you know. I get that one because it's a lot easier. I think so. Something I've learned, something that Jet Free taught me is to try not to let your own skills get in the way of.
I know, but I don't practice that.
That didn't help anything. But
begin, I do need our first tranche of competitors to join us. That is Dietrich Wambach, Jeremy Ramita. We've got, I'm reading this upside down, I'm sorry, Josiah Thomas, Gannon McShane, and Andrew White. Please make your way to the sides of the stage, please. To the sides of the stage, please.
Graham.
Hey,
Tranche?
you ever heard that word? It's a unit of measurement. It's like a bunch.
That's awesome.
You learned something new today.
That's my lesson for the day.
Yeah, you know. I got a great
I
vocabulary.
appreciate it.
I like this a lot. It plays good. What do you not like about it?
Oh, it's just kind of fun.
Oh,
Well, I kind of actually forgot about it.
you're kind of an edgy guy.
I was like, oh, sorry. We'll do it right now. Dude, I forgot. I didn't. I got the ring and I opened it. She's like, "Are you supposed to get on one knee?" I was like, "Yeah, for sure."
Okay, judges are in place.
We have everything.
No, I meant. So I was talking about that too.
Once we have video good, I think we are good.
Yeah, the difference is.
Okay.
I just got a nice enough thing. That I didn't expect and this one also is.
All right, Ben, you in good shape?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty much ready.
You said you got yesterday.
No, I just mean like.
No, yeah. Okay, I have a good
idea. Yeah. I think we're in good shape. Yeah. Although I'm sure there's like 4 things I forgot.
Yeah, candy style. And then if we can get it, it would be like top off. This needs for majors, like do it upside down.
Are you all ready?
Get that spring-loaded jump action.
You guys ready?
This is very good.
Ben, ready to go?
There it goes.
Thank you, sir.
But yeah,
Good? You guys ready to go?
Yeah.
that's just something.
You wanted to send dragons.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, Nevada, welcome to the 2025 National Yo-Yo Contest! It is time for our 1A preliminary round. Thank you for joining us here on our Friday event. My name is Graham Steller. I will be your master of ceremonies. Everyone say hi, Graham. If y'all need anything at all over the course of this weekend, please find any volunteer in our teal shirt, as beautifully modeled by our sound engineer Andrew here. Everyone say ooh, ah, beautiful. Or you can find myself, you can find Thad in his lovely Hawaiian t-shirts. He will be wearing the same attire all weekend with different patterns. You can find Andre Boulet or head over to our registration booth and we'd be happy to help you. Folks, 2025, another year of amazing yo-yo play, and we are going to kick it off here with our 1A preliminary round. In the 1A division, as many folks here know, and if this is your first yo-yo contest, now you will know, our most popular division. We have, over the course of this year, have had hundreds of competitors across our NYYL sanctioned regional events. Today, we're gonna have just over 50 competitors joining us in our preliminary round. They have 1 minute to show us their best tricks. We're gonna take the top percentage, which I'll get back to you with, of those competitors. I believe it's 15 or 20. What's that? 17. We're gonna take 17 of these 50 competitors into the semifinal round tomorrow, and then we're gonna be taking the top percentage of those to our final round on Sunday. Folks, it's going to be an amazing event. Thank you for joining us. It's time for me to start talking, and it's time for the dogs to start walking. Thank you, thank you. I'm here all weekend, literally. Our first competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Dietrich Wambach. Checking in with our judges. We're ready. Checking in with our sound team. We're ready. Checking in with our player. Ready. Video team. Ready. Ladies and gentlemen, our first competitor of the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Dietrich Wambach.
So high, might miss him while he gone. Jump over anything, even King Kong. Jumping Jack Flash was his favorite song. Now once upon a time there was a cat in a tree. Chased the squirrel up, been stuck since 3. The fireman came, said it's too high for me. It's too high. How's that cat gonna ever get free? Young Jack Turner was a staple on the block. Said he knew about a frog with the next smell. The neighbor started laughing, but Jackie wouldn't stop. Ran off, came back. Well, it was long-legged Larry didn't open his mouth like a rocket to the moon through a cumulus cloud. Touchdown safe, laid a scaredy cat on the ground. If you listen real close, you can still hear the crowd. Go Larry, go Larry, go, go, go Larry, go Larry, go Larry, go, 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 go. Larry doesn't care. Jump so.
Give it up for Dietrich Wambach. Thank you, Dietrich, for kicking us off in our 1A preliminary round. The next competitor, please join me in welcoming Jeremy Gurmita. Las Vegas, your applause goes a long way. These competitors have practiced for hours, days, weeks, months, the entirety of the yo-yo season. Please put your energy to good use in supporting our players. Checking in with our judges, are we ready? Yes. Sound team? Yes. Player? Yes. Video? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Jeremy Gurmita.
But I got nothing but love on my mind. I need a baby with love on my prime.
Jeremy Gurmita. Thank you, Jeremy. Our next competitor, the third competitor of our 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Josiah Thomas. Josiah with the Enzo shirt on. Enzo, a sponsor of our event. You can head to the Enzo booth to support them. Judges, ready. Sound booth, ready. Josiah, ready. Video team, ready. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Josiah Thomas. Josiah Thomas with some amazing sideways horizontal yo-yo play. Thank you, Josiah. The energy is building Las Vegas. Let's welcome our next competitor to the stage. Please join me in welcoming Gannon McShane. We can do better than that, Las Vegas! Gannon McShane joins us on the stage. Our next competitor is Andrew White, followed by Ross Levine. If you hear your name called, please be prepared. We are running quickly through our 1A preliminary round. Let's check in with our judges. Judges, are we ready? Yes. Sound team ready? Yes. Gannon, are you ready? Yes. Video ready? Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Gannon McShane. McShane with some high risk, high reward yo-yo play. Gannon McShane, ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor joining us on the stage. Please put your hands together for Andrew White. Welcome to the stage, Andrew. We're glad to have you here in Las Vegas. The judges are tabulating scores. Already some big decisions to be made. They seem to be ready. Sound team, thumbs are up. Andrew, are you ready? We have the thumbs up. Video. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, please put your hands together for Andrew White.
I can't fight this time now. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? If I had crossed the line, if I had crossed the
Andrew White. Thank you, Andrew. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please join me in welcoming Ross Levine of Hollywood Modern Yo-Yos. Welcome to the stage, Ross. Love those colorful yo-yos, Ross. Judges are ready. Sound team ready. Ross Levine, are you ready? Video ready. Folks, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, please put your hands together for Ross Levine. Ross Levine! Who's feeling good about the routine? Thank you, Ross of Hollywood Modern Yo-Yos. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please join me in welcoming Archie Harrison. Welcome to the stage, Archie. New York City's finest. Judges, ready. Sound team, ready. Archie, ready. Video, ready. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, please put your hands together for Archie Harrison.
60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Archie Harrison. Thank you, Archie, for that lesson in counting backwards. And who said yo-yo contests weren't educational? Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Patrick Erickson. We've got you, Patrick. Take your time. Welcome, Patrick, to the stage. Welcome, Patrick. After Patrick, notification to Austin Morris, Daniel Leggy, I think. Please come and see me. Gabe Worsell and Ian Smith, please find your way to the side stage area. But right now we have Patrick. Judges, are we ready? Sound team. Patrick, are you ready? Video. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Patrick Erickson.
You're insecure, don't know what for. You're turning heads when you walk through the door. Don't need makeup to cover up. Being the way that you are is enough. Everyone else in the room can see it. Everyone else but you. Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. The way that you flip your hair gets me overwhelmed. But when you smile at the ground, it ain't hard to tell. You don't know, you don't know you're beautiful. Only you saw what I can see. You understand why I want you so desperately. Right now I'm looking at you and I can't believe you don't know. You don't know you're beautiful. That's what makes you beautiful.
Patrick Erickson! Thank you, Patrick. What a routine. Let's move to our 9th competitor. Please join me in welcoming Austin Morris. Welcome to the stage, Austin. Judges, are we ready for Austin? Sound team. Austin, are you ready for Austin? Video. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round. Put your hands together for Daniel. I'm sorry, one more time. I'm sorry, folks. That's me not getting enough sleep. Folks, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round. Please put your hands together for Austin Morris.
You the cooling man, you send you up. Freezing cooler nights and I too, so alright. With the same shoes now, hold with the same in the hallway, maybe get the color ball time. Change them all, we get it go. Better sustain your patrol. With the same shoes now, hold with the same in the hallway, maybe get a color ball time. Weather's the same, we keep it copy and same. You never trouble, never just a color flavorless kid. You the coming up kid, no pond for that show. Hope just to get a lot of prominent fine.
Austin Morris. Thank you, Austin. Our next competitor, our 10th competitor in the 1A preliminary round. Please welcome Daniel Leggy. Break a leggy, Daniel. Judges, ready. Sound team. Daniel. Video. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round. Put your hands together for Daniel Leggy. excellent song choice, I might add. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please welcome Gabe Wursell. Welcome, Gabe. Judges, are we ready? Sound team, Gabe. Gabe, are you ready? Video. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round. Give it up for Gabe Wursell. Gabe Wursell. Thank you, Gabe. We are making our way through the 1A preliminary round. Please join me in welcoming our next competitor, Ian Smith. Las Vegas, make some noise. Thank you, Ian. After Ian, we will have Luke Bellinger, followed by Carter Baker, followed by Benjamin Turner. Judges ready. Sound ready. Ian ready. Video ready. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round. Give it up for Ian Smith. Ian Smith. Thank you, Ian. Folks, our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Luke Bellinger. Make some noise for Luke. Welcome to the stage, Luke. Judges, are we ready? Sound team. Luke, are you ready? Video. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round. Put your hands together for Luke Bellinger. into his 1A preliminary. Thank you, Luke. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Carter Baker. Welcome to the stage, Carter. We've got great fan participation in the audience. Let's keep that energy up, Las Vegas. After Carter, we have Benjamin Turner, followed by Harrison Brew. Judges ready. Sound team ready. Carter ready. Video ready. Folks, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round here in Las Vegas, please put your hands together for Carter Baker. Baker. Thank you, Carter. Our next competitor joining us on the stage is number 15. Please join me in welcoming Benjamin Turner. Welcome to the stage, Benjamin. After Benjamin, we have Harrison Breo, followed by Mark Mangarin. But Benjamin is on the stage and taking this seriously with those Crocs in sport mode. Judges ready. Sound team ready. Benjamin ready. With a smile. Video ready. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our 15th competitor of the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Benjamin Turner. Benjamin Turner. Thank you, Benjamin. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Harrison Breo. A nice wave to our camera in the back. A trick up the sleeve of our videography team, that's right. Judges ready. Sound ready. Harrison, are you ready? Video team, ready. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round. Give it up for Harrison Breo. Harrison Braille. Thank you, Harrison. I like that song. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Mark Mingarin. Caribou Lodge sponsored player. You can visit the Caribou Lodge booth at the back of the venue. After Mark, we have Paul Zorovich, followed by Tucker Body. Judges ready. Sound team ready. Mark, ready. Video team, ready. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Mark Mingarin. Mark Mingarin. Thank you, Mark. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please join me in welcoming Paul Zorovich. Welcome to the stage, Paul. After Paul, we have Tucker Body, followed by Connor Newman. Judges ready. Sound team ready. The competitor is ready. Video team, ready. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round, please put your hands together for Paul Zorovich. Paul Zorovich. Thank you, Paul. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Tucker Body. After Tucker, we have Connor Newman, followed by Tyler McCallimore. Judges ready. Sound team, ready. Tucker, are you ready? Yes. Video team. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round, please put your hands together for Tucker Body. Give it up for Tucker Body. Thank you, Tucker. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Connor Newman. Connor has some fans in the audience, Las Vegas. Judges. Are checking in. Sound team is ready. Judges ready. Yes. Connor, ready. Take your time. Connor ready. Video team. Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round. Please put your hands together for Connor Newman. Connor Newman. Thank you, Connor. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Tyler McCallimore. Welcome, Tyler, to the stage. Duncan on the shirt. You can visit Duncan's booth on the right-hand side of the room. Judges ready. Judges are ready. Sound team ready. T-Mac ready. Video team. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round, please put your hands together for Tyler McCallimore. Tyler McCallimore. Technical T-Mac with a great routine. Thank you, Tyler. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Connor McCullough. Welcome, Connor, to the stage. After Connor, we have Daniel Kim, followed by Cade Ackerley. Judges ready. Sound team. Connor. Video. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round, please put your hands together for Connor McCullough. Connor McCullough. Thank you, Connor. Our next competitor, competitor number 23, please put your hands together for Daniel Kim. Daniel Kim on the stage. Followed by Daniel, we have Cade Ackerley, followed by Shalom Stern. Judges ready. Sound team, ready. Daniel Kim, ready. Video team. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round. Put your hands together for Daniel Kim. Daniel Kim. Thank you, Daniel. Perfect catch. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please join me in welcoming Cade Ackerley. Cade is wild. You can check Wild out at their booth at the back of the competitor area. Judges ready. Sound team ready. Cade, on your mark. Cade ready. Video team ready. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round. Put your hands together for Cade Ackerley. Johns we've never seen before on the national stage, Cade Ackerley. Thank you, Cade. Please join me in welcoming our next competitor on stage, Shalom Stern. Welcome to the stage, Shalom. Judges, are we ready? Yes. Sound team ready. Shalom, are you ready? Video team ready. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round, Shalom Stern. Shalom Stern! Thank you, Shalom. Las Vegas, what do we think of our preliminary round so far? Some pretty awesome tricks. Folks, each of these competitors has had 1 minute. This is a very technically focused round. That's why you see a lot of these competitors stay in place and try to knock out as many tricks as possible. It doesn't mean that they're not doing high-flying routines, of course, but it's all about how much can they fit into their 1 minute period. The judges have been hard at work. We're gonna give our judges a 5-minute break, 5-minute bio break. Do not go anywhere. We're gonna kick off with the back half of our 1A prelims after they come back. We'll be right back. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your energy. have my judges back to the judging booth, please. Nathan Chrissy, the attack dog, seems to have rallied many of the troops. I need Andy Kim. Andy Kim. Andy Kim. We have Todd, perfect. We have Ben, perfect. We have our live stream. Live stream watchers, didn't forget you. Thank you for joining us, folks. We do have a live stream. You can go to our affiliate YouTube channel, Yoyo Contest Central on YouTube. If you look up Yoyo Contest Central.
YoyoContestCentral.com.
Or go to YoyoContestCentral.com. So much easier, just punch it right into the top. www. And it'll take you right to our live stream where you can tune in. YoyoContestCentral.com. YoyoContestCentral.com. If I say it 4 times fast, Ben adds me to his sponsorship plan. It's great, he pays me millions of dollars. All right, we have our judges. Are the judges logged in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Re-clicking, perfect. Video team is ready. Sound team, ready? Folks, we are going to move into our second half of our 1A preliminary round. Please join me in welcoming our next competitor. Put your hands together for Angel Orozco. After Angel, we have Dexter Listovich, followed by Katie Thompson. Judges ready. Sound team ready. While Angel gets their yo-yo set up, I do have to point out the Nike to short coordination. We notice all the details here at the National Yo-Yo Contest. That's fresh. Angel, are you ready? Video. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round. Put your hands together for Angel Orozco.
I don't care what you think of me, I just want to be on top. I'm not stressed that you've never heard of me. You'll be listening non-stop. Hop off the highway, I've been living my race. I've been waiting for what happened my way. Just a boy acting like a goof. I got 55 verses saying I gotta do what they all say. Got me looking sideways, I don't wanna rush on my heart grave. Just a boy acting like a fool, got 100 things I gotta do. I just wanna run or rock or rock the one I know. Like I said before, I'm missing all the sign-offs. I just wanna live a little before I go. I don't wanna lie low, yeah I know about subliminal messages inside of me and how to leave a legacy. It's harder when you're father and they never let it cut to me. And speaking of electricity, it's like they're coming after me. Can someone teach me how to breathe? Tell me what I need. I don't care what you think of me, I just want to be on top. I'm not stressed that you've never heard of me.
Angel Orozco. What a way to kick back off our 1A preliminary round. Las Vegas, it is real. The talent is here and we are ripping. To our next competitor, please join me in welcoming Dexter Listovich. Dexter has been in his lab and he has been cooking tricks for our 2025 national competition. Judges, are we ready? Sound team ready? Dexter, are you ready? Video team. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round. Put your hands together for Dexter Listovich. Dexter Listovich. Thank you, Dexter. Please join me in welcoming our next competitor to the stage. Put your hands together for Katie Thompson. Welcome to the stage, Katie. Judges, are we ready? Sound team ready. Katie ready. Video team ready. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor in the preliminary round, put your hands together for Katie Thompson. Katie Thompson! What a routine from Katie here in Las Vegas! Met with an audience as she exits off the side of the stage. Thank you, Katie. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, put your hands together for Drake Bogatai! Drake on the stage. After Drake, we have Max Stanger, followed by Yahoo.
Let's go, Yahoo!
Judges ready. Sound team ready. Drake ready. Video team ready. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, please put your hands together for Drake Bogatai.
Maybe.
Drake Bogatai! Thank you, Drake. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Max Stanger! Continuing through our 1A preliminary round, these routines will decide who advances to our semifinal tomorrow in this very room. Judges ready. Sound team ready. Max, are you ready? Yes. Video team is ready. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, please put your hands together for Max Stanger. Wonderful routine from Max here. Please join me in welcoming our next competitor to the stage. Put your hands together for Yahoo! Ya is on the stage. Oh, whoa, where did those come from?
I don't know.
It's Las Vegas, it's magic. After Ya, we have Connor Sheehan, followed by Ari Kim Ramirez. Judges ready. Sound team ready. You take your time. You got as much time as you'd like, Ya. Ya with a Yo-Yo Friends t-shirt on, a sponsor of today's event. Striking a pose. Look at that. It's a brand I like.
Sorry, I'm wasting time a little bit. Sorry.
Player ready. Video team ready. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Yahoo!
I've been waiting for so long. Now those feelings are so gone. I don't care what else goes on. We will take you away in the night when you see me. I'm feeling free. Leave me alone. We bring the heat, we bring the fire, we bring the dirt, we'll take you higher. We bring the heat, we bring the fire, we bring the dirt, we'll take you higher. We bring the heat, we bring the fire, we bring the dirt, we'll take you higher. We feel the bass, the heart is higher. Our face will be alive, driven on fire.
Yahoo! Thank you, Ya, for the performance and for the brand you like. Yo-Yo Friends. Thank you, Ya. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Connor Sheehan. Connor Sheehan on the stage. After Connor, we have Ari Kim Ramirez, followed by Kira Morrow. Judges ready. Sound team. Connor. Video. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Connor Sheehan.
I'll take you high. Don't let your demons pull you down. Fan the fire and keep the flame from burning out. Tell me what you're running from. Tell me who you're running to. 'Cause you're burning,
Connor Sheehan. Connor. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Ari Kim Ramirez. No shoes on the feet. Ari is getting well acquainted with the stage. Judges, are we ready? Sound team ready. Ari, are you ready? Player ready. Video team ready. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Ari Kim Ramirez. Ari Kim Ramirez. Thank you, Ari. Feeling good about that one. Jumping off the stage. We've had some injuries with that type of exit. Just be careful, competitors. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please join me in welcoming Kira Morrow. Welcome to the stage, Kira, for our preliminary round. After Kira, we have Stephen Madden, followed by Des Bowman. Judges, are we ready? Sound team, Kira. Thumbs up. Video team. Video team ready. Video team is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Kira Morrow. Kira Morrow. Thank you, Kira. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please join me in welcoming Stephen Madden. Stephen, I think you have some fans in the audience. After Stephen, we have Des Bowman, followed by Judah Brasselton. Judges, are we ready? Yes. Sound team ready. Stephen, ready. Video team, ready. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Stephen Madden. Stephen Madden. Thank you, Stephen. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please welcome Des Bowman. Des has some fans in the audience, folks. Judges ready. Sound team ready. Des, ready. Video team is ready. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Des Bowman. Des Bowman! With some excellent arm tricks, Des Bowman. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Judah Brazelton! Judges ready. Sound team ready. Judah ready. Video team ready. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Judah Brazelton.
Something special about me, you can already tell the energy is different. Confidence is at the highest level, I don't ever see it dipping. Try me if you want to guarantee, though you gon' wish you hadn't did it. That's a war that you can never win, but hey, I like the optimism. Giving over half my life to this, I think I made a good decision. Trust my gut, I hear it talking, then I know it's time for me to listen. Mastermind consistent, matching my commitment, that's unrealistic. Hey, feature presentation, what they came to see, I open up the curtain. Oh my, pandemonium is showtime. This is all I know why. It's me 'cause the flow nice. With all the cosign, always hit the bullseye. They even put in effort in this effortless, imagine if I acknowledge me or not, that don't really make no difference to me. I operate the same no matter who's around me is important to me. Keep my enemies at arm's length, but close enough to make me feel safe. My diligence can't be competed with, an easy way for me to
Judah Blackleton. What a routine from Judah. He's got a crew waiting for him off stage. I will continue to advise competitors not to jump off the stage. Protect your ankles while you have them. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please join me in welcoming Adam Kreiser. Welcome Adam to the stage. After Adam, we have Tae Chong, followed by Connor Skolton. Judges, are we ready? Yes. Sound team, ready. Adam, ready. Video team, ready. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Adam Kreiser. Kreiser. Thank you, Adam. All right, I'm gonna guess who. What do you think the first name of the next competitor is, Las Vegas? Please join me in welcoming our next competitor, Tae Chong. You'd think it was a Taylor Swift concert. Judges ready. Sound team ready. Tae ready. Video team ready. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, Tae Chang. Tae Chang. Thank you, Tae. I can't be louder than them, and I have a microphone. Our next competitor, oh my God, scared me. Please join, please don't grab me. Please join me in welcoming Connor Skolton. after Connor, we have Steven Kaplanis, followed by Hunter Willis. Judges ready. Sound team. Connor. Video. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A round, please put your hands together for Connor Skolton. Connor Skolton. Thank you, Connor. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please join me in welcoming Steven Kaplanis. After Steven, we have Hunter Willis, followed by Kai Tyner. Judges ready. Sound team. Steven. Video. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor in the preliminary round. Put your hands together for Steven Kaplanis. Steven Kaplanis. Thank you, Steven. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please join me in welcoming Hunter Willis. Hunter has a fan club. I worry for my safety when he finishes his routine. Judges, are we ready? Sound team ready? Hunter, are you ready? Video team ready. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor of the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Hunter Willis. Hunter Willis. Thank you, Hunter. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Kai Tyner. Please welcome Kai to the stage. Welcome, Kai. Judges, are we ready? Sound team ready? Kai, ready? Video, ready? Our next competitor in the Las Vegas National Yo-Yo Contest preliminary round. Put your hands together for Kai Tyner. Kai Tyner! With cool tricks and by far the coolest glasses of the competition so far. Thank you, Kai. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Isaac Bayman. Isaac Bayman to the stage. Does anybody know where Isaac Bayman is? Last call for Isaac Bayman. Isaac Bayman could not make the competition, unfortunately, so we are going to move ahead to our next competitor, number 45 for the judges. Folks, our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Evan Martinson. Evan on the stage. Thank you, Evan, for your flexibility in jumping up here in the order. Judges, are we ready? Sound team is ready. Evan, take your time. Let me know when you're ready. Evan is ready. Video team is ready. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Evan Martinson. Give it up for Evan, Las Vegas. Thank you, Evan, for a fantastic routine. We have 5 more competitors in the 1A preliminary round. having fun. Please join me in welcoming our next competitor to the stage, Jerry Carbano. After Jerry, we have Xander Grant, followed by Owen Kroger. Judges, are we ready? Sound team ready? Jerry, are you ready? Video team, ready. Ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Jerry Carbano. Jerry Carbano. Thank you, Jerry. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please put your hands together for Xander Grant. Welcome to the stage, Xander. Excellent choice of footwear. We recognize high fashion when we see it here at the National Yo-Yo Contest. Judges, are we ready? Sound team. Xander, let me know when you're ready, and you are. Video team, ready. Las Vegas, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round. Put your hands together for Xander Grant. Xander Grant. Thank you, Xander. Our next competitor, 3 more remain. Our next competitor joining us on the stage, please join me in welcoming Owen Kroger. Owen Kroger on the stage. After Owen, we have Ty Goldman, and the final competitor will be Connor Seals. Hi, Owen. Good to see you on the stage. Judges, are we ready? Sound team, ready. Owen, are you ready? 2 thumbs up and a smile. We love that. Video team, ready. Las Vegas, 3 more competitors. If you have energy, now is the time to use it. Please put your hands together for Owen Kroger. right, folks. We have 2 more competitors in our 1A preliminary round. Our next competitor, Caribou Lodge sponsored player, please join me in welcoming Ty Goldman! Ty has fans in the audience. After Ty, we have Connor Seals. Judges, are we ready? Sound team ready. Ty, are you ready? Video team, ready. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor in the 1A preliminary round, put your hands together for Ty Goldman. Ty Goldman! What a routine from Ty. Don't do it, don't do it! Oh my God, I need to go to the spa after this. Our final competitor of the 1A preliminary round, last year's 2nd place finisher. Please join me in welcoming Connor Seals! Why is he facing backwards? What could he be hiding from us? Oh, well, he's setting up his yo-yos. This is pretty inconspicuous, folks. You don't normally see this. We're setting up the armband. Connor has something that he wants to tell us. I wonder what it could be. Judges, are we ready? Sound team ready. Connor Seals. Video team is ready. Las Vegas, our final competitor in the 1A preliminary round. You know what to do. Let's make some noise for Connor Seals! Connor Seals! Revealing a sponsorship with Wild. Thank you, Connor, for cleaning us up. Folks, big round of applause for all of our competitors. Folks, before we close things out and we move to our workshop with Brandon Vu, which is going to take place again on this right-hand side, can I just have a huge round of applause for our judges, Michael Nakamura, Colin Beckford, We have Remy Baskin, Andy Kim, and Michael Fertico. Can I have a big round of applause for our sound crew, Andrew and MJ? And our video crew, Ben and Todd. What an amazing competitive round. It's just a flavor of what we have for you this weekend here at the Las Vegas National Yo-Yo Contest. We will be back tomorrow. We'll have the semifinal division. We'll have the preliminary rounds for our other styles of competitive play. We're gonna come back with our sports divisions. Our next generation of national talent will be on this stage. We're gonna have competitors as young as like 7 years old, and they're crazy. We will have an amazing show for you tomorrow. Can't wait to have it on this very stage. In the meantime, Las Vegas, Brandon Vu, the one and only, the YouTube star sensation of offset yo-yos, is leading a workshop. You can go to the right-hand side here. It's around the corner of the curtains, and that's where you will find him. He has an amazing workshop for us today. Please, please, please do not miss it. After Brandon Vu, the Colorado Yo-Yo Club will be hosting another workshop at 8 p.m. for how to start a yo-yo club in your community. They have an amazingly successful club. They know exactly what you need to do to start it up in your community, how to get funding, how to get morale, how to get people excited about bringing new talent into your club, and the Colorado Yo-Yo Club is going to be teaching us how to do it. That will be at 8 p.m. in that very room. Do not miss it. Thank you very much. My name is Graham Steller, and we will see you tomorrow on this stage. Thank you, folks. Folks, getting a couple of questions. We are going to announce results for prelims tonight, likely in between Brandon Vu and the Colorado Yo-Yo Club's workshops. Oh, I'm sorry, the Colorado Yo-Yo Club. I'm so sorry, everybody. Colorado Yo-Yo Club is on Sunday. I have been corrected, and that is my mistake. So sorry about that. Tonight we have Doc Lucky, our crystal level sponsor, and I'm sorry about that, Lucky. We have Doc Lucky's Yo-Yo History. We have Yo-Yo History with Doc Lucky, and that will be happening in the same room right after Brandon Vu. Again, I'm so sorry about that. The Colorado Yo-Yo Club is going to be leading their workshop on how to start a yo-yo club on Sunday morning. Mile High Yo-Yo Club, my apologies. And that's happening Sunday morning. How to run a yo-yo club. It's Doc Lucky's Yo-Yo Talk tonight at 8 p.m. Correction, and we will be announcing results in between the workshops at around 8 p.m. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I was looking for you.
In the future, is there a possibility that you would just sponsor like 3A, 4A, 5A? Oh yeah, that would be cool. So funny, you guys. Oh my God, stop it!
I don't know about 3A because I can't do enough 3A to.
You should get a 4 player.
His room to grab stuff and then got stuck with the elevator back up in the casino there. So any minute now. Thanks for waiting, everybody.
Nice yo-yo. Yo, nice yo-yo.
You don't have this one?
What?
You have this one?
I don't have that. It's because I only use metal yo-yos.
Oh. No, no, mío no son metal.
Test, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna wait a little bit for my camera guy to get his stuff set up. But hey, what's up guys? Thank you guys so much for coming. This is so crazy. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you. I know it's been a long day for everyone, but I'm really excited to get into this. Alright. You good, Danny? Okay. Alright. Just bear with me for a bit. I also forgot my little clicker thing, so I'm gonna have to go to this laptop every now and then. All right. Okay. We good? All right. What is up, guys? How's everyone's contest been so far? Has it been good?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right. Okay. I want to start off with this room. I'm assuming that if everyone's here, you guys kind of want to know the secret sauce to making videos blow up. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, say I if you guys want to like really level up your social media, yeah? Okay, alright. Okay, I want to start by doing this. I want you guys to stand up if you have ever posted anything on social media. Anything. This could be a story post, this could be a selfie, this could be a brain rot, skibbity toilet whiz meme, anything. Literally everything, okay? If you've ever posted a Thanksgiving photo, if you've ever written a Facebook story, anything, okay? All right. And for all of you guys sitting down, like if I see like a selfie of us online, then like I'll find you, all right? Okay. All right. All right. I want you guys to stay standing. Stay standing. Stay standing if you've ever wanted to post a video and you wanted it to strategically do well on social media. You wanted it to build your audience. You wanted it to get views. But then you were like overthinking it and you weren't really sure what to do and you just never posted it. Stay standing if that happened. Oh, okay. All right. All right. I'm gonna ask you guys to stand up for one more thing. Stand up if you have ever, this might be a rare one. This might be a rare one. Stand up if you've ever accidentally had a viral video. You posted something and it just went absolutely crazy and you're not sure why. You've never been able to replicate it since. Oh, there's a few of you here. Hey, I might have seen some of your videos. All right. Okay, you guys can all sit down now. All right, everyone get seated, everyone get comfy. I just wanted to kind of get a feel for the room just before I get into the spiel. All right. So, let's talk about viral storytelling. Okay. So, everything I mentioned before, I've experienced. In my time as a content creator, in my time as a yo-yo player, I've experienced it all. I've put out videos that I thought would do really well, and it cried, and it just bombed. I've put out videos that I thought wouldn't do really well, and they've gone absolutely crazy. And so what I want to do today is I want to give you guys a framework on how we make these videos, on how the influencers that all of you guys watch, Angel Tour, Gentry Stein, Lucas Decker, Evan McGow, all of them, how we think about making videos that perform well. Are you guys ready? Yeah? Yeah? All right. Let's do this. All right, but before I kind of go into the spiel, you guys can be honest. Who's like never heard of who I am? Like who has like completely, absolute no idea? All right. Ouch, that hurts. I've been trying really hard for like global domination, but okay. So why should you listen to me? So brief backstory about me. I own a yo-yo company called Offset Yo-Yo. I am a competitive yo-yo player, and I guess the closest thing to my day job is I'm a full-time YouTuber. I have, I think, 3 main YouTube channels, and I do this full-time, so I want to kind of give you guys an insight as to what I've learned doing this full-time for a couple years now, and what I've learned on how to make videos, yo-yo videos, that do well on the internet. All right. Let's start with this. The algorithm. You can't talk about social media without talking about the algorithm. Now I could stand here and I could bore you guys with retention graphs and click-through rates and all of that jazz, but I promise you, if you understand this next sentence, you know everything you need to know about any algorithm ever, all right? It's a very, very, very simple idea. And it goes like this. Make videos people click on and or watch all the way through. Okay? I'm going to repeat that because that's how important it is. Make videos people click on and or watch all the way through. I guarantee you, if you guys want to make videos that pop off, this is all you need to do. This is all you need to know. This is all you need to understand. Okay, so let's say you guys buy it. Let's say you agree with me. How do you do that? Does anyone have any idea? Like, how do you do that?
Nope.
Yo, how do we do this?
So, I've done it before. You just have to like make it interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
On front, I just put a really short clip at the beginning of my video, and I choose that when I post the video.
Yeah.
So then people click on it, and then I get more views.
Yeah, this guy's got it down. So what he said was you have to make it interesting. You have to make sure that people want to click on it and then they watch it all the way through. Yeah, let's go with one more.
So you have to like think of a topic that'll make people get like interested
And
like hook the viewers to watch it.
Exactly. Hook the viewers. That term's going to come up again and again and again. All right. So if I was to summarize how you get people to watch your videos all the way through, it's a very simple art form. And it's something humans have been doing since forever. And it can be summarized in one word. Storytelling. That's all it is. It's all it is. The art of getting facts and getting people to absorb the whole thing into an emotional state, it's called storytelling. Now, how do you storytell then actually, before we get to that, let's briefly explain what a story is. So a story is very simple. All a story is a 3-act structure. Okay? It has a beginning, it has a middle, and it has an end. Right? But more specifically, there's a setup. Who are the characters? What are they trying to achieve? That's the setup. Conflict. What gets in their way? What obstacles do they face? This is the favorite part of the story. This is where all the juicy stuff happens. And then there's the resolution. Right? Do they achieve what they want or not? This isn't me, this is the timeless 3-act structure. Every story you've ever heard, from Humpty Dumpty to the Hunger Games, follows this 3-act structure. You introduce the characters, you put them through hell, and they come out the other side. That is how a story goes. So, if we've been doing this for so long, how do we then apply this 3-act structure and harness it for social media? And this is how we do it. All right? Okay, I'm gonna be real with you guys. What we're about to drop now is like the viral sauce. All right, are you guys ready? Like this is the secret formula. This is what Angel Tuop talks to me about. This is what Gentry talks to me about. This is what all of the Yoyo influencers behind closed doors. This is what we talk about. This is how we figured out how to do it. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Like, you guys don't really sound ready. Like, are you guys ready?
Yes.
All right. Okay, here we go. This is the anatomy of a viral video. It is the 3-act structure recontextualized, made more specific to making videos blow up online. Instead of the setup, we have what I like to call a hook. Not the yo-yo trick that you guys are currently doing, but a different one. I'll explain what that is. Instead of conflict, I've broadened that word to make it called tension, which is just a word that encapsulates more things. And instead of resolution, I like to call this payoff. This is the part of the video that makes people really go, wow, that was a cool video. I liked that video. All right? And I promise you guys, if you guys follow this, I know it looks simple, but if you follow this, this is how it works. This is how we do it. This is how to go viral. All right. Let's start off with the hook. The hook's the most important part, not gonna lie. The hook is the most important part. Because in the world of social media, it moves fast. Everyone's got ADHD, everyone's barraged by so many different videos in their news feed, so many people are barraged by videos on their For You page, so many people are barraged by every single social media app. If your video or your story doesn't get to the point really, really quickly, it will be forgotten and it will be ignored. So the first tip to making a good hook is to get to the point. All right? Now I'm gonna break my rule for a second, and I'm gonna give you guys an example of what a terrible hook looks like. Okay? This is probably one of the worst hooks I've ever seen in my entire life. Are you guys ready for the bad one?
Yeah.
Alright, this is one of my own videos. This was a video I made 7 years ago when I unboxed the very first Outlier 1. And I'm going to show you guys. Now, when you see a video like that, you're expecting, ooh, this is sick. I want to see the Outlier 1. I want to get into this. Like, is this a good yo-yo or not? Let me show you what I did.
Hey guys, how's it going? Man, this is, alright, you know, with like a lot of videos lately,
You guys will hear that a little bit.
the studios, there's been all these
So-
fancy lights, all this camera equipment, but I'm bringing it back, alright? Bringing it back to old school, ghetto break style inside my small
So hard to watch.
Let's do this. So, this video is on the Outlier. Holy crap, I should probably be careful with this, but I'm so excited right now. So,
How boring was that? That was so bad. I wasted 30 seconds of your time. That was so terrible. Guys, you want to see the yo-yo? What is the... 30 seconds of this video went by, and I haven't shown you the yo-yo yet. That is unforgivable. I shouldn't be on the stage. But we've evolved since then. Alright, so the next hook I'm going to show you, who's seen my small yo-yo video, the world's smallest yo-yo? Yeah? You guys seen that? Alright. This is a video where it gets to the point very, very quickly. Alright? I promise in the video, it says we're going to use the world's smallest yo-yo. Now let's take a look at a better hook. I shy away from the word good because I don't like applying that to myself, but a better hook. Let's go with that.
this is the world's smallest yo-yo. Here is a normal yo-yo. Here is a regular competition yo-yo. Here is a smaller yo-yo. And here again is the world's smallest.
Oh, 5 seconds. You promised a small yo-yo, you get a small yo-yo. How much more engaged are you now, alright? Do you guys get it? It's like, oh, okay, this video's about the small yo-yo. Okay, I'll buy it. Maybe I'll watch for an extra couple of 10 seconds. Alright? Another example of a hook is what I like to call a cold open. And this is where you kind of surprise the viewer with something a little bit unexpected. So this is a clip from the Chico video. And at the time, the Chico was a brand new yo-yo. No one had seen it yet. And this is how we opened up that video. Hey! Alright. So there is not a single line of dialogue in that opening hook. I don't say anything. I don't promise anything. But this is the first time we ever unveiled the auto orientation technology on the cheat code, and we opened with that. Up until this point, real quick, does anyone have a cheat code real quick? Hey, thank you guys. Whoa, that's a lot. All right, thank you guys so much. Thank you guys. Thank you for supporting me. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, all right. So this hook is good because it doesn't necessarily start the video off with any dialogue, but it shows you something interesting and it piques your curiosity. And now, maybe if I'm lucky, you will watch the next 30 seconds of this video. All right? That is what the hook is designed to do. Social media is a very noisy, very fast-paced, very aggressive environment. And if your video does not get straight to the point, does not hook the audience, you're dead. It doesn't work. All right, so that's hooks. We're on to the second part now, which is tension. Okay, tension. This is the conflict. This is where the protagonist, the hero, meets their villain. Now, the first thing I like to do when building tension is I like to make sure that everyone is on the same page. Okay? And so you can only appreciate a struggle or a conflict if you have all of the facts. Now, I don't like to assume when anyone watches my videos that they know everything about competitive yo-yos. So what I like to do is I like to make sure that I set the stage and I essentially just let everyone know what they need to know to appreciate the next part of the tension, all right? So this bit's a little long, but I want to play this anyway. Oh, all right, explaining the concept, we already did that. So this is the hook, right? This is the plastic cheat code video.
Let me catch you guys back up. Modern yo-yoing has been blowing up all over the internet, primarily due to this trick, the DNA. The DNA was 2023 and empower yo-yoers of all ages to pick up modern yo-yoing. There was just
one problem. Okay, that's the context. So now, oh, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Very hard in this video. Okay, so what that scene does is it essentially gives everyone who watches this video the context. Now you guys know what competitive yo-yoing is. Now you know what the DNA is. Now you even know what the previous cheat code was about. I have set the stage for the problems that come next. All right? So now everyone's on the same page. How do we get to the struggle? Where do we get to the conflict? All right, so this next point of mine, it's a bit of a, this is a bit of a personal opinion of mine. But when I tell stories, especially stories that are based on a true story or a vlog that's capturing something that's real, I like to lean into vulnerability. Now, what does that mean? Does anyone have any idea what that means? Like anyone willing to take a stab at that? Okay. Ooh. All right. No one. All right. So leaning into vulnerability means showing sides of yourself that aren't necessarily good, that aren't necessarily flashy, but they add to the part of the story. And so the plastic cheat code video, we're going to keep using that as an example. When we first developed the plastic cheat code, and keep in mind, I have a vested interest in making sure you guys think that this yo-yo is good, right? But what we do is we lean into the real issues that actually happened when we started building this. We leaned into all of the crap that went wrong, because that is the conflict, that is the story. Again, it's a structure. It starts off with the hook, we've explained the context, and now we have to explain it in a vulnerable sense. So this is the scene that comes next.
when Jeff and I arrived in China, we realized the prototype we developed was a complete catastrophe. So while Jeff is diagnosing problems, it is on to me to assemble this entire batch of yo-yos so we can detect out of 10 how many are good, how many are not, and we can extrapolate that out further to a whole run of yo-yos. Generally, you want at least 8 out of the 10 yo-yos to be smooth, indicating that roughly 80% of the final batch will be smooth enough for customers. But as I assembled each yo-yo, I couldn't find a single smooth one.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
If you
Look at that
can
vibe.
see the vibe, chances are you can feel the vibe. Everything here is a fail, but these ones on the shelf, these are especially horrendous.
Alright, so that was not the vibe. So here I am telling that everyone this is going to be a revolutionary game-changing yo-yo, and we put this scene in here. Alright? Now this scene is designed to kind of give the next parts of the video context. Right? Now keep in mind, when you look at it from purely an advertising, purely from a marketing standpoint, this scene makes no sense. Why would you admit that the yo-yo you're building didn't come out quite right the first go? Why would you be vulnerable about that? Yeah, why?
Create tension, and then we solve it, then more people will buy it.
Create trust.
It does develop a level of trust. It does create a level of tension. Yeah, what's up?
You can also, instead of taking the product lightly, you can, the producer can, the consumer can have a physical attachment. Like, after seeing this video, they want to buy the product, which while saying the step-by-step, so that
We're basically showing the step-by-step of how it was done. We're actually creating the story of how this thing was made. And so what this tension allows us then to do, right? Now that we have a tension, now that we have an obstacle, right? Now we can create the payoff. And this is the fun part, right? This is the part where everything starts to work and the hero wins, right? So the last part is the payoff, okay? Now, the payoff or the resolution is ultimately the climactic resolution of the story. Every story has to have some sort of ending. It doesn't have to be happy, but it has to end. There has to be a sense of finality to the end of the story. And so, I'm going to show you guys one scene in particular where we have an idea and we end up fixing it. Alright? Let's go. Oh, yeah. So, essentially, the payoff has to create contrast from the conflict. Alright.
Conventional wisdom states that wider yo-yos are more likely to be vibey, but this was vibrating so. What? Oh.
This was a real thing, by the way.
I placing 2 bearings.
Okay. Oh, we're running into like issues here. Whoops. Okay. Okay. But to bore you with the details, essentially what happens is we fix the yo-yo, it works, it's great, and now all of you guys are flat tissue kids. Right? Okay. Alright, so that's the payoff. The payoff ultimately resolves all of the issues that were brought up in the conflict. Okay. And ultimately, therein lies, and ultimately therein lies the anatomy of a viral video, okay? It has to have a hook, it has to have tension, and it has to have a payoff, right? Now, I've showed you guys an example of a long video, and you guys might be thinking, well, I've seen like a lot of your TikToks, and it doesn't seem like there's a story in there, like you're just landing the DNA. Like, there's no story in any of this. And for some of the trick videos, you might be right. So I want to show you guys an example, a few examples of some videos. All right, who here knows what the double DNA is? Yeah? Can anyone land a double DNA, by the way? Yeah? Okay, all right. Does anyone know who the first person to ever do a double DNA was? Anyone? Who do you think it was?
I think it was Evan.
Yeah, you would be right. Which video did you see? Which video did you see of Evan landing the double DNA?
Which video?
Yeah.
It was on YouTube.
It was on YouTube, yeah? So Evan's double DNA video got like 10 million views. But what a lot of people don't know, was he actually landed it about 3 years before that video ever aired. Okay? I know because I watched that video way back when, right? This is the first ever recording ever of someone hitting the double DNA. Oh gosh, this is not good. I am not like. Alright, I'm gonna try to connect to my iPhone real quick, and let's hope this fixes our little Wi-Fi problem. Here we go.
What?
Oh, alright. Okay, you guys just have to take my word for it. This is the very first time someone had ever landed a double DNA. Now here's the interesting thing. He's using the same yo-yo. It's the same yo-yo trick, but this is literally just him landing the trick. Who can guess how many views this video got? Bentley. 7 million views. Anyone else taking a guess? 1K. Ooh, somewhere in between. One more. What are we guessing? 500,000. So we got a range here. I'll tell you guys. This video ended up getting about 10,000 views, which is good, which was good for the time, right? But it wasn't amazing, right? So what I did was I knew Evan was capable of doing this, so I flew down to Hawaii and I was like, hey bro, listen, if you want to make a viral video real quick, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this trick and we're gonna transform it into a story. We're gonna give it a hook, we're gonna give it tension, and we're gonna give it a payoff. All right? Are you guys ready to see the video that once we changed some of these framings, it got 10 million views? You guys ready to see that one?
Yes.
Yeah? All right, this is what it looks like.
Can I do this trick with DNA with 2 yo-yos? I've seen lots of people on TikTok do this trick
Tension.
with 1 yo-yo. But I
Right.
haven't seen.
Oh my gosh. I'm dying out here, guys. I'm dying. Oh man, internet's gonna be the bane of my existence. Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm sorry guys, bear with me. Let me see if I can get this to load real quick. Let me I may have made everything a lot worse. Oh. Oh, here we go. I think we're back. Alright. Oh. Yeah. Apologies, guys. Having a bit of tech issues. Alright. As we go to like kind of figuring out a lot of these tech issues, I want you guys to like keep in mind some questions. Like, I want you guys to challenge me on a lot of these ideas, all right? I want you guys to think of some questions that you want to ask after this in relation to my theses on storytelling and on viral social media. Because this is just one guy's opinion, all right? I'm by no means an absolute all-knowing expert on this. So I want you guys to think about what you want to ask and how you guys want to apply this to your own journeys. Okay. Okay. All right, I think that's working, but now we have no signal. Oops. We're gonna have to fix this. Yeah. Oh. Okay, good. Yeah. Oh wait. Oh. Here we go. Alright, we're so bad. We are so bad, guys. Alright. Alright. One more look at this, and then we're gonna move on from this. Okay.
Can I do this trick with DNA with 2 yo-yos? I've seen lots of people on TikTok do this trick with 1 yo-yo, but I haven't seen anybody do it with 2 yo-yos. I think that's because it's tough enough to balance 1 yo-yo on your finger.
This is in building tension.
So balancing 2 is going to be
And also give you an idea of why this trick is difficult.
You guys got to drop a leg.
Boom! There you go. Story told. Hook! Can I do the DNA with 2 yo-yos? I don't know. That's a little bit difficult. Doing the double DNA is really hard. Tension. Lands the trick. Payoff. Even in a video as small as that, there is storytelling. Alright? There's a sequence. There's a pattern. It happens over and over and over again. Alright? Here's another example of where I get folded by Gentry.
Who can go God's speed faster? Me or the world yo-yo champion? I don't mean to brag or anything, but I think
I was so confident too.
We'll flip a coin on zero first, ready?
This is a literal conflict. I'm putting it all on the line against Gentry right now. Oh. Okay, not gonna lie. Who thought I was faster? Wow. You know what? I like you. Yeah, shout out to you. Alright, yeah. I got absolutely destroyed by Gentry. Guess World Yo-Yo Champions are pretty fast. And this video did well. This video crushed. It got 17 million views, and it's literally a story about the time that one Australian idiot decided to challenge the World Yo-Yo Champion. You know, reading the comments on this is actually kind of funny. Do you guys want to see like the funniest comment on here? It's a little bit edgy, so I'm gonna warn you guys, but it was actually really funny. So
Person that puts the comment down.
yeah, like there's always an Asian better than you meme has been finally broken. And yeah, someone else said, yeah, that Asian was our beginner level guy. I found that really funny. Okay, all right. Now that story, again, who can go Godspeed faster, is a cool story because you can sub out the characters and the videos will still do well. So I didn't do too well with Gentry, so then I decided to run the same strat again with this guy, Angel Tour.
It was worse.
Yeah, I should have learned from the first time, hey.
Oh, dude, I think that's tails. I'm going first.
I think I got faster, don't you think, guys? Like, I got a little faster? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? I mean, like, Angel's in trouble right now. Like, you know, there's some solid speed here. Yeah? Oh! Yeah, Angel glitched out. He went so fast that the video glitched. Yeah, thank you. Alright, thank you, guys. Alright. Okay, same story. This was the top comment. Angel is on a whole nother level, bruh, with 21,000 likes. The moral of the story is don't challenge people to Godspeed battles if you're me, if you're slow. But what I want you guys to take away from this is that even those videos that when you're literally just doing Godspeed, you're doing Godspeed twice, there's a story. There's a story about a guy who challenged two really fast yo-yo players and lost. Alright? Sometimes the story doesn't have a happy ending. Alright. So, okay. If I want to end this workshop with something like this, it's that there's going to be a day where YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, either they're going to change their algorithms or there's going to be new social media platforms that pop up to take their place. Everything changes, everything evolves. The videos that go viral 5, 10 years from now will look different, okay? Maybe one of you guys in the audience, one of these kids who's watching right now kind of rises to power and like completely kicks my butt and they're the ones giving this talk in 5 years' time. I guarantee you, if there is a universal constant in this social media world, these algorithms will change. But the storytelling principles on whatever we're posting on from 5, 10 years from now, Jigjaw or whatever it is, they will still have to retain storytelling principles. Storytelling is a timeless art form. It's been around before social media and it'll be around after social media. So I have a challenge for you guys. I have a storytelling challenge for you guys, all right? I want you guys, and I have the good fortune of being here at this contest, being one of the first workshops, and the parents, anyone who's posted on social media, who you guys stood up before, I want you guys to post a video about your story at the US National Yo-Yo Contest. Yeah? I want you guys to post a story, and that story could be about anything. It could be about your first time competing at the US National Yo-Yo Contest. It could be about a cool story about how you finally purchased your offset yo-yo for the first time. No, I'm kidding. Or it could just literally be about your very first time in Las Vegas. But I want you guys to post a story and to put it onto the internet and try to apply all of the things that I've talked about today. There are a few rules though. A few rules. All right? You have to post a story about this contest. All right? And the second thing is you can't leverage a yo-yo influencer. You can't be like, hey, what's up, Gentry? How's it going, man? Can we like film a video together and it'll like blow up? You can't do that. You have to do it purely based off your storytelling ability, purely based off your yo-yo ability. All right? And tag me, tag the National Yo-Yo League, and what we'll do is we'll pick a winner, and I think Andre will sort out a really cool prize, right? Yeah, shout out to Yo-Yo Expert. And offset yo-yo. Okay. And so that's basically it. That is what I've learned by posting viral videos online. If you guys have any questions, I know we are a little bit down for time right now, so if you guys have any questions, you guys can shoot them at me now. And then we're about to close this up because I was late. All right? Okay. Yeah.
You're the fastest at Godspeed.
You just said I'm the fastest at Godspeed. I love it. Thank you so much, man. That wasn't a question. That was a statement. All right. Anyone else? Dos.
So, at the beginning you said you post a video, you obviously have your formula, but sometimes you say it doesn't go. Why do you think that is? You followed your formula, you think you have a great video, you think this is going to be a million-hit video, and it's 10,000. Why is that? Why do you think that?
So why does this fail? Okay, why does this sometimes fail? That's an excellent question. I love that question. Sometimes the idea or the story that you think you're telling, you think it's more interesting than it is. That's my answer to that. You know, there have been so many videos where I'm like, this is an absolute banger, and no one cares. I remember I posted a video about like how I was like solving all of these Rubik's cubes, and I'm like, this is so cool, this is so interesting, this is gonna get trillions of views. No one cared. I had to stick in my lane. I'm a yo-yo content creator, all right? So that's one of those times. When the story you're telling isn't inherently interesting, sometimes the structure can't save it. Does that answer that? Yeah. All right. I think we have time for a few more questions. Yeah.
So, on YouTube Shorts, if you like ask a question for your audience, and then you put a comment on it, do like, I've heard this before, but the interaction behind the video, make it so that people will scroll on to the video.
Yeah, so the question is, if you put a question at the beginning of your video, does it improve it? And so here's how it kind of works, if we go back to my storytelling formula. When someone asks you to do something, it means that they're inherently interested in it, okay? So you already have an audience of one who's interested in it. And the second thing it does is it opens a loop inside the audience's brain. Can you do the Godspeed? Can you do the DNA with 2 yo-yos? It makes you think, right? You're like, can you? And that hook, that loop opens an audience, it opens a loop in the audience brain, and it can only be resolved with the payoff. So that's why whenever you see like people asking questions and stuff, and it's usually just like a normal person being like, can you do this with a yo-yo? Can you? If you answer it and you answer it intelligently, that's why those videos pop up. There's nothing about the algorithm that prioritizes like a comment, like just pushing it up. It's more about the intrigue that it sparks. Okay, cool. Yeah, one more.
How do you pick your first ever race? If nobody knows you, how do you pick your first ever YouTube video? Because nobody knows you, and like nobody cares about you.
Yeah. So, yeah, you ongoing?
And like even if it does get famous, you won't get like it's not like a promise that it would like keep going.
Yeah. So, if no one knows who you are, no one cares who you are, how do you make a video that's interesting? And the way you do that is you tell a story in a way, you either tell a story that's never been told, or you tell a story in a way that's never been told before. Social media is a game of creativity and originality. So you want to make sure that what you're doing is new and fresh, and that it adds something to the content. So I actually had a slide on this. Do you guys want to see one more video? One more video? Okay, brief backstory. Let me set the stage real quick. So there was this guy, they were like, hey Brandon, you know, all of your like viral storytelling tricks must be easy for you. You do this cool thing called yo-yos. You do all of these cool yo-yo tricks. The only reason you're blowing up is because you can yo-yo. It's like, buddy, no. So what I did was I challenged myself to make a viral video with nothing. New account, no yo-yos. Nothing. All I knew was the storytelling principles that I've told you guys right now. And so what did I decide to make a video about? Coffee, actually. So this video, to put into context, it was posted on my private, secret TikTok that no one knows about. I've got about 7,000 followers now because this video blew up and got 6 million views. And again, I posted this, no one knows who I am in the coffee world, no one cares who I am in the coffee world. I'm a nobody there, all right? I have nothing to add. But all I did was I used a hook, I used the tension, and I used the payoff. And this is what that video looks like. I promise there's no yo-yoing in this video, but I will show you what it looks like.
If you have ever tried taking a coffee, it works like this. You drink coffee, then immediately take a 20-minute power nap. Apparently, as you nap, the caffeine slowly absorbs into your body, and when you wake up, you feel simultaneously crushed from the nap and supercharged by the caffeine. I decided to try it out. I made myself an instant coffee because that is the highest caffeine content. Added some ice, and then I downed it. I rinsed my mouth out and then set a 20-minute timer and went to take a nap. Initially, it felt weird to sleep after drinking a coffee, but after a few minutes, I began to doze off. When the alarm sounded, I felt reborn. No jitters, no racing heart or mild headaches. I felt clear and focused. I knew what I had to do and how to do it, which made me wonder.
Have you ever tried taking a coffee nap? And so this video got 6 million views on TikTok, not a single piece of yo-yoing, just a new story, and a new idea, and a new framing on an otherwise old concept. All right? Okay. So if that inspires you guys, if that makes you guys think, hey, you know what? Maybe I didn't miss the social media wave. Maybe these yo-yo players who are blowing up right now, they're no different to me. And I've taught you guys how to do it. I've taught you guys how these influencers think. And now I want you guys to go do it for yourselves. All right? Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ray. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Let's do it.
just want to make sure everyone knows to stick around. Doc Lucky is going to be doing yo-yo history here next. Myth busting, yo-yo myth busting.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Can you sign my yo-yo?
Yeah, sure, let's do it. Just right in here? There you go.
Thank you.
Gotcha. Oh, very nice. Did you get this today?
Yeah.
Very, very nice. Heck yeah, I like this marker.
Yo,
Very
Brandon,
nice.
rate my cube.
Not bad.
Come on, this was $82.
There you go.
Thank you.
Sweet. Oh, let me this one right. Yeah.
Are you performing at all this weekend?
Yeah, I will be competing. I'll be competing. Yeah, no.
Wait, so
I
we
will be
seeded to the
competing
semifinals?
on the Sunday, 10 a.m. in the international. Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yo, can you sign my glasses?
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure, man.
What? What? They sell those.
Never seen that actually.
They're good. I broke one of these ones.
Yeah.
That
We
sucks.
replaced all the people with old people.
What?
From the young to the old.
Yo, wait, why is the string sticking out?
I like this marker.
I'm going to give it just a second. I think we're going to make another announcement too. So,
There you go. Yeah, you want to have a photo? Yeah.
folks up out of their chairs and in here.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
You know how to solve it? How fast?
40, 45
There you go.
Thank you. Not too fast.
So much.
Let me get a picture. Yeah. You got it. Yo, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Go try.
You're not video for that.
Giving you
So
a
anyway,
In the
if
video?
you
Yeah.
don't know
Yeah,
who
I'm
I
gonna
am,
make
I'm
one.
Lucky Meisenheimer. I have the world record for the largest yo-yo collection. I'm the director of the Hall of Fame, and I wrote the book, Lucky's Collector's Guide to 20th Century Yo-Yo.
Myths busted in that room afterwards, all right? Doc Lucky, our crystal level sponsor, who has made this event possible. It would be so great that we have as much support for Doc Lucky's workshop as possible. So please, after the results, make your way to the workshop hall, please and thank you. Get a little bit of a history lesson in yo-yoing. So folks, we have 17 preliminary competitors advancing to tomorrow's semi-final round. The top placing competitor had 92.5 as their total score. Very impressive. And the second place competitor was 8 points behind them with 84.7. So a clear and definitive victory for our first place preliminary placer. I got it, but thank you, sir. Our first place preliminary finisher, final score 92.5, a perfect technical execution score, unanimous from the judges. And that person is Cade Ackerley! How about that for a John Cade? A new generation. All right, guys. In second place, with a final score of 84.7, congratulations to Daniel Kim! In third place, with a final score of 84.4, Evan Martinson. Way to go, Evan. In fourth place with a final score of 80.8. 80.8. Congratulations to Judah Brazelton! This is the best. This is the best. Congratulations, Judah. In fifth place with a final score of 79.3. Congratulations to Connor Seals. In sixth place with a final score of 77.5. Connor Sheehan. Back-to-back Connors there. In seventh place with a final score of 72.5. Katie Thompson! Oh, oh! Don't trample her now. She's got to go to semifinals. In eighth place, Tyler McCallimore. In ninth place, Ty Goldman. In 10th place, 10, 9, 8, 7, Archie Harrison. In 11th place, Mark Mangarin. Mark is running for New York City mayor, by the way, everybody. In 12th place, Hunter Willis. Way to be, Hunter. 13 belongs to Jerry Carbano. 14, it's only 4 more spots, y'all. Only 4 more. It's down to the wire. 14, Patrick Erickson. 15 goes to Dexter Listovich. DD, get out of my laboratory. This is all for me, by the way. You're here for my entertainment. 2 more spots, all right, y'all? 2 more spots. Number 16. Number 16 of 17 available spots. 16 will be given to the 16th place finisher who finished 16th. And that is Connor Newman! 1 final spot, folks. 17 of 17 advancing to the semifinal round. Our final competitor advancing. Congratulations to, where are we going after I announce this result, folks? Doc Lucky's Myths Busted. Can I have a thumbs up from everybody? They're going to the workshop. Yes? Where are we going? That's what I'm talking about. And number 17 goes to Drake Bogatai! Congratulations to our 17 semifinalists advancing to the semifinal round. We're so excited to have you here tomorrow. We will start tomorrow at I believe 9 a.m. with Gentry's workshop, but not before we go to Doc Lucky's Myths Busted. So everybody, please make your way to the workshop room for Doc Lucky's Myths Busted, a history lesson in yo-yoing, an amazing program from Doc Lucky himself, the doctor. These results will be posted on the National Yo-Yo Contest Instagram.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Here's another guy playing a yo-yo? Well, maybe there's more evidence of that. Well, what's this? Is this guy playing? It's kind of big, but he's obviously looking like he's playing a yo-yo too.
Everyone's going to start coming in. He just made a big announcement.
Oh, okay.
So,
All right, well, thank you.
we're all now ready for you. We're going to start. We can't.
Now, wait a minute. This guy looks like, but that's obviously a leather wrapping around something there. So what the heck is that? Well, but our picture has a very long cord, so therefore it must be a yo-yo, but look at this. That's, if you see down at the bottom there, that's a long cord too. Is he playing a yo-yo? No, we got it all wrong. These are not yo-yos. That boy was not playing a yo-yo. If you look at his picture, one more thing, that is what it looks like. There's a kind of an insignia on it. This is an Aribalos hanging on a wall. Notice that kind of little emblem there on that? Compare them. You know, you can see where the artist, and again, that may not be entirely intact there. And that's an Aribalos. And if you look at an Aribalos from the side like this is a little jug that held oil and perfume, and everybody had one back in the Greek times because we all smelled. And so they would use this and they would put it. It was very, very common. And all those images you saw were of people with an Aribalos with a little leather thong holding it because that's the way they carried it. And there were a lot of them. You can see how that might be, if you're trying to draw artwork, how that Aribalos connected to a leather thong could be misinterpreted as maybe a yo-yo. And they came in all shapes and sizes. The most common thing were like the little jug down in the left-hand corner, but they, you know, that circular one, they had in the angle figures. There are hundreds of Aribalos out there. There are not hundreds of yo-yos. They just aren't there because they didn't exist. And this is a demonstration of Aribalos being hung from a thong, and you can see how an artist might draw that, and you would think it is a yo-yo, but it is not. So, that kind of myth bust the Greek, but what about this? This appeared on the internet. This is obviously Egyptian, right? Anybody think what this might be besides being Egyptian? Being on the internet and all, must be true. All right. Well, yeah, it's looking alien because this was created by Midjourney AI. And if you look at the weird face and the hands, some of those early Midjourney things, well, they're a little off. Their AI is getting better and better, so you can't pick that out. But this is totally something, and the problem is now, bad data in, bad data out. These AIs, they don't know the difference. They'll just see somebody will post this and say, this is an Egyptian playing a yo-yo, and then they'll pop that up as saying this is an Egyptian playing a yo-yo, and you won't realize it. So that's fake. What about this thing? Do you see the yo-yo there on the guy's hand? All right, well, what about this? Oh, wait a minute. That's the original right there. Where did that come from? This comes from a video on the internet and is entitled "The Yo-Yo as a Weapon." And it has several images like this. And the problem with that is that it's not showing these images, it's only showing images, it's only showing the images with the yo-yo. And it was released on April 1st.
That's been added.
That's the key. AIs don't know that. They don't make that connection. Oh, the video was released on we get it, it's all in fun. No, it'll pick this up and say, so you may see these images as proof that yo-yos existed in medieval times. It didn't. It's not there, it's not real. So what is the earliest illustration of a yo-yo that we can definitely say we know? This one right here. This is from 1490. It is Persian. It is in a Persian manuscript, and it is well documented. And you can see a child there playing a top, and I don't think there's any question that that's a yo-yo, and interestingly enough, it's tied to a finger. So that, in all of my research right now, is the earliest image. Now that doesn't mean that that is the earliest yo-yo. They may have been around for hundreds of years before that, but this is the earliest evidence that we have of a yo-yo.
What year was that again?
1490. 1490.
Is that going to be our trivia?
You might be. You never know. So, let's do that first myth about the Greek yo-yos being the oldest yo-yos. Myth 2. Yo-yo is the world's second oldest toy. This was a favorite saying of the Duncan yo-yo. Oh, second oldest toy, only the doll was older than the yo-yo. But I think because of myth busting 1, we can pretty much say that myth busting 2 is not going to be right, because here is what we thought was, 500 BC, but it wasn't. Now, this is 500 BC, and you may not be able to make it out, so I'll help you. If you look at the very top, bottom there, you'll see what? 2 tops. Yeah. And they're whip tops. These are Greek people hitting whip tops. So tops were back there. They were back in 500 BC. And here's more examples. Here's an illustration from one of those platters. Whip tops again, BC. You can see here, the kid on the end is playing a whip top. Over on the other end, they're playing naked rugby, I guess. But they have a ball. So there is a ball that is obviously older than the yo. So now it's at least 2. And here are some balls from Scotland that are 1500 BC. And this is a pool toy, which is also like 500 BC. It's made out of clay. So we know, oh, there's marbles, Roman marbles. Now all of a sudden, we're not even in the top 5. And I bet if you really looked, we're not even in the top 10. So the old story, and here's your action figures. And then of course the doll, which is maybe number 1, who knows. But anyway, that was busted myth number 2. Now to the favorite one of all yo-yo players, because almost everybody that plays the yo-yo has been asked about this. And I'm going to either surprise you immensely or confuse you more. So, which is it? Was the yo-yo historically a weapon? Particularly a Filipino weapon. And of course the story goes it evolved from a hunting device. Or the yo-yo was not a weapon. Well, first of all, I wanted to tell you what your answer should be always to the general community. The yo-yo is not a weapon. Because if the yo-yo was a weapon, we couldn't be in the hall there, because they say no weapons. Right there out in front of us. So we all know that this is not a weapon. We do not want TSA to think it's a weapon and take all of our yo-yos out of our luggage. So our standard answer to everybody is it was not a weapon. Now, let me give you the real backstory. Well, if it was Asian weapon, what's this? Okay, it's not AI. This is actually a very famous painting, but that yo-yo was photoshopped in. It is from that video again. And this is why I say you have to be very, very careful of what you're looking at historically about the yo-yo, because there is fake stuff out there. And there's another from that same video, so be careful. And here's kind of what you do. And as I got caught on the very first one when I saw that god of war there. I said, I've never seen this before. I was so excited. Oh my gosh, this is going to change the history. And then I saw the next one. I'm going, now wait a minute. I've seen that face before, and they didn't have yo-yos. So you got to be careful. So did it evolve from a sling stone? And down below is the top. This is from the book on the top. Sling stones, you wrap a cord around a stone and you sling it, and supposedly it makes its path better. I don't know if that was ever used in a war, but that's not a yo-yo. That's a different kind of device. Now, what is historically evolved is this idea that the Filipino hunters would sit in a tree and have this big disc, and they would wait for a deer to come low, and they're going to throw it down, and it's going to revolve. Well, this is bogus. Every time I hear this, I say, you obviously haven't thrown a big yo-yo. It goes down really, really slowly. Any animal is going to dart out of the way and be gone. And if you throw a yo-yo like that without it rolling up, it's going to rip your arm off when it hits the bottom. And it's not going to come back up. So what's the point? And I don't believe there's any record in history of them using a rock on a string to drop on it. But they're going to use a bow and arrow. They're going to use a snare. All these things go back millennia. So this is a bogus history of the yo-yo as far as being a hunting tool. But what about it as a weapon? Did the Filipinos really use this yo-yo as a weapon? Anybody know who this guy is?
Pedro Flores?
No, good guess. Not Pedro Flores. This guy was Pedro Flores' hero. Oh, well, Nemo Concepcion may have been younger than Pedro Flores, I think, actually. Yeah, I think he was one of Pedro Flores' demonstrators. This guy is named Jose Rizal. If Sean was here, he would say, that's Jose Rizal. Because the Filipinos know this guy because he is like the George Washington of the Philippines. This is actually a souvenir of Rizal Day from Pedro Flores' own personal collection. He was really enamored by Jose Rizal. And the reason is because he was involved in the independence of the Philippines, and he died. The French killed him. But he was a doctor, he was an author, he played the yo-yo, and he was a martial arts, and he fenced. So he was a man, he was a true Renaissance man. So this guy was amazing. So if this guy says something, you kind of want to believe it. So in 1880, he's on a trip to the United States, and he actually is probably the first person to actually bring a yo-yo to the United States. It already existed there, it was called a bandolore, but to call it a yo-yo. And he actually did some yo-yo demonstrations when he was in the United States. The difference was, like 40 years later, Pedro Flores made yo-yos, called them yo-yos, and did contests, and that's when they took off. But he wasn't there to sell yo-yos, he was there to work for the independence of the Philippines. So on these steamships, they actually have newsletters because they're like 6-8 weeks long to get from one place to another. And he wrote in the newsletter this: I embarked for Europe aboard the City of Rome, said to be the second largest steamer on earth. And at the end of the voyage, a periodical is printed on board. I met many people there, and as I had with me a yo-yo, the Europeans and Americans were astonished to see how I could use it as a weapon of attack. This was before the Duncan demonstrators. This is real. So we don't know how, but we do know that the father of the Philippines says it was used as a weapon, and that is good enough for me to believe that in some way the yo-yo actually was a weapon. Now, I don't want you going out and telling the general public that, because we don't actually know how it was used as a weapon. But I'm going to give you a theory on how I think it was used as a weapon. Or maybe not. Oh, there it is. So in Filipino martial arts, there is a whole group of maneuvers that deal with this strong, which is basically like a long scarf. And it's a matter, you can attack with it, you can defend with it, you can wrap people around with it. Now, if you consider a yo-yo, a Filipino yo-yo back then, may have had a leather thong instead of a cord, you could literally throw that out and they use this exactly like a shlong. And I've had some Filipino martial arts people say, yeah, that's a distinct possibility. Because I don't think throwing a yo-yo is a weapon of attack. But this could be. And so that's my theory on how it could possibly be used as a weapon, but we don't have any physical evidence of that one way or the other. But I will go back to saying the myth of the yo-yo not being a weapon, I don't believe is true anymore. I believe, and I will also say, that was used in the Duncan trial. They used that quote in the Duncan trial when the trademark came up because they said, hey, wait a minute. He's using the word yo-yo here. How can it be a trademark thing if this was 1880? So you can come to your own conclusions. I like to say within the yo-yo community, it should be our own secret. Yes, it was a weapon, but in the general community, no, ours is a sporting toy, and that's the way it should remain in the general public's eye. So there you have it. So I'm happy to take any questions about this or any other history of the yo-yo.
Just a statement, and that is that I have experienced several school districts using the weapon thing to keep yo-yos out of school.
See, and this is my fear, is that if we promote, which sounds cool, if we promote the idea of it as being a weapon of war, then we run into problems like that. So it should be within our own community that we say, yeah, we're going to keep this as our own personal little secret, but we don't need to be spreading this. And I can guarantee you, whatever that form that yo-yo was, that Jose Rizel was speaking of, it is not what is being used on stage out there right now. There is no way. So he did not have ball bearing transactions.
A baseball bat makes a really good weapon.
Baseball, I can think of a lot of other things I would rather use as a weapon besides a yo-yo. Unless you grab it and you have a metal yo-yo and you're using it as a knuckle buster or something like that. So that's the three myths. If there's any questions about that or any questions I can answer about the history of the yo-yo, I'd be happy to take them right now. Yeah?
How are you going to fix the history of the yo-yo and that there's been probably thousands and thousands of kids who used all that false data that was out there?
It is very, very difficult. I will say now, I'm trying to put it in different areas. Now when I go to AI and say something like, well, what's the oldest yo-yo or something like that, it'll still bring up the Greek disc, but it'll say, there are some historians that don't believe that they believe that these are bobbins. But it still comes up as that's the earliest yo-yo. Now, I have been able to insert into the world of internet the word bandolorist, which means, if you didn't know, a yo-yo collector. And that now, if you look up on AI, it will say, if you say, what is a bandolorist, which that word did not exist before, it will say a bandolorist is somebody that collects yo-yos.
And shows your picture.
Well, I don't know if it does that or not. But you can, by inserting stuff in there, you can get it in there, but it's very, very hard to correct stuff that's already in there.
Now, you said that you believe this because of that guy's statements.
I just, there's no reason for him to make that statement other than it being true. Because with Duncan, back in the 30s and 40s when this rumor got started, it was a marketing technique. They had a reason. It was all about sales. It was a cool story to tell. But Jose Rizel didn't need to tell a story. He didn't need to actually put it in writing like he did.
You said that was 1890?
I think the trip was 1880s is when he came over, yes. So it's long before, Pedro Flores, it's long before any yo-yo campaign or promotion or any contest.
Does yoyos.net, with the hyphen in between?
Yes, it has it correct.
Does that have it correct in a place in
Yes.
which I can point everyone to that has it?
Yes, I've corrected that. And the early stuff that I talked about with the Greek disc and all that, I go into great detail on that. I have it on a few videos where I've gone into the history. I don't know if the AI is picking up on that. I have to go back and see if there's a written description on those, because if it's not a written description, I don't think it picks it up. So I'm slowly trying to get people to change that history. And I think it's important to just be right. I mean, it's cool. I thought for years, and I would always go around saying, yeah, it's the Greek, and it's 500 BC, and see how wonderful our toy is. It's been around for millennia. And now I'm kind of going, well, it's still been around for a heck of a long time. It's just not going back to ancient Greece. I don't want to give people credit for something they didn't do.
Do we know when the yo-yo was created, honestly?
No, we don't. We know that it was created before 1490. I can guarantee you that. How much before? I don't know. I think it's, I can't remember the word. It's when two people have the same idea, but they're in different areas. I think the yo-yo appeared in different countries at different times, just independently. It's something that happened. I'll tell you a little. I did a paper. I was the first person in North America to treat this rare skin disease called mycosis fungoides. It's a type of cancer with an excimer laser. When my publication came out, 2 weeks before that, they published essentially the same paper in Australia. So even though it was totally independent from each other, in Australia, they used an excimer laser to treat it. I used an excimer laser to treat it. They get more credit than me because I was 2 weeks after their publication, so they get credit for being first published. It's always good to be number one. So that's an independent thing. And with the yo-yo, it's a simple toy. And I personally believe it evolved from the Diablo. We know, we have documentation of that going back, I think 1,000 years. And it's just a very easy transition. And if you've ever seen pictures of the Japanese vase I have, which we still not sure of the date, we know it goes back to at least 1740. But it shows skeletons playing the Diablo and the yo-yo at the same time. I've had historians tell me that could go back 1,000 years on the base, but I think they're wrong. This is the problem. Everybody has their own opinion. But I had a person that was a curator of an Asian museum said this was 500 to 1,000 years old, this vase that I have. And I was very excited because that could precede that Persian drawing. But then my brother, who's has a little bit of travels everywhere. He goes, no, this is, I forget the name of it, a Hatari vase. And I'm looking it up and I'm going, yeah, geez, I think you're right. I mean, how do you even know that? I mean, and he just has these random facts that he knows about different things. And I looked it up and I said, yeah, the style is from around 1740. So I honestly don't know how old that vase is, but that's the hard part about dating the history of the yo-yo.
I had heard that the doll, the spin, the top.
Yes, I believe both of those.
And the yo-yo were the three oldest toys.
Well, they were going on based on the fact that they thought the Greek yo-yo, and even then I still disagree with that because figurines, balls, those all were around before we have any evidence of even the Greek yo-yo. So it wouldn't even have been in the top two. Again, a Duncan story that it sells yo-yos, and it's something to talk about the press about. And I'm kind of all for that in a sense. I don't want to do anything to promote yo-yos, but I want us to be accurate and correct. So there's a lot of other interesting things we can talk about the yo-yo. But I want to get the history correct.
And we thank you.
Oh, well, thanks. Any other questions? Yeah.
On your website, you have a painting of a lady with a yo-yo from the Brooklyn Museum.
Mm-hmm.
And in the caption, you use the word Chuki, I think, on the website.
Oh, this is one of the Indian princesses.
Right.
Yes. And this is from probably 1740, 1760. Right. They're definitely playing yo-yos in India at that time. And it was not a child's toy. This was a toy of the rich and famous, if you will. And there are a lot of these Indian princess paintings. I actually went to the British Museum. They have one, and they're small. Yeah, I thought they were really big. They're small. They're about this big, but they were great.
The painting, or
the painting, yes. Now you'll see big blown up versions of it and all that, but the painting is only about this big. I was shocked when I went into the museum. And they were very nice, but I had to schedule weeks in advance, and they brought in the curators, and they brought it out with the gloves, and they opened it up for me, and they let me video and film and talk about it and all that. So it was, but it is tiny, and the other ones are very tiny too that are out there. But I've identified at least a half a dozen of those Indian princess paintings from that era.
Individual, each one's a little different.
Yeah, they're all different. They're all different, and they're playing the yo-yo. And they had a different name in India for it. Like you said, it's
I got it.
Chuck E. Cheese or
I've
something
only ever
like
read it
that.
on the website, and I couldn't find another reference for it. That's why.
Yeah, I've got, and I'm actually, at some point I'll make a short video on the different Indian princess images that are out there. So, yeah, I know, it's fun. And the internet, the one great thing about the internet, and the one great thing about eBay too, is that I can find history. I just got another painting somewhere, or illustration from like 1905 or something like that, of ladies at a desk playing, you know, with yo-yos. They're definitely playing yo-yos. So these things, you would never see them otherwise. And so they pop up on eBay, nobody wants them, and I do, and so I get them, and I just think they're so historic to have those things. So it's just like the vase. I mean, I will go, if you need to leave, you can leave. I'll tell you a little story about that vase. My wife bought it for me because I saw it on eBay. That was my Christmas present. It was $800, which is a lot for me to spend anything on a yo-yo item. So fast forward, we went through this, you know, is it 500 years old? Is it, you know, 1,000 years old? How is it? We had a show come in called String Collectors from Canada. They did a film, and they had their yo-yo expert come in. And it's got gold leaf on it and all that kind of stuff. And he comes in, and it was broken, and it had been repaired. And he said, look, this came over to America 150 years ago, because I can tell because of the staples that were used to put it back together. And I'm thinking, well, it's at least 150 years old. And then he goes on to basically recite the same history as this person, which I had already told them, but he's supposed to be an expert on antiquities. And so the big thing is, okay, so we think this is 500, he said, I know this is 500 to 1,000 years old. And I sell these type of things. He says, you want to know what it's worth? And I said, sure. And I'm getting ready to, you know, I paid it. How much do you pay for it? We paid $800 for it. Okay, he's going to say it's worth $2,000, and I'm going to say, wow, that's great, wow. And, you know, get ready for the, he says, okay, I can sell this tomorrow for $80,000. Well, he got the reaction he wanted. I think I cursed, and they may have had to bleep it out. So anyway, I said, okay, what, are you serious? After the camera went off, I said, are you serious? Is this worth $80,000? And he says, yeah, I can sell this tomorrow for $80,000. So I had a nice case build and all this. I spent a lot of money. You know, I spent $5,000, you know, building this lighting case, which rotates and all that. And then, you know, 6 months later, my brother comes and goes, oh, I don't think this is 500 years old. This is just an Amari vase. Amari is what I was looking for, Amari vase. And now I'm going, well, geez, and maybe not even be worth $800. I don't know. So this is the problem with the history of the yo-yo. But if anybody asks, just tell them it is worth $80,000. Anyway.
And if they want to buy it, it's up for sale?
Yeah, for $80,000, I think that you might have a sale there. I would still have to probably give it good thought. Because I don't buy my yo-yos to make money. I'll let my estate worry about that. So, any questions? Collecting? Anything else I can talk about?
Dano's still bothering you?
Is Dan? Oh, I love trading with Dano. Dano's great. Dano's great. He's the future of collecting. Future of collecting.
He's a lunatic.
Yeah.
I hear you're the largest yo-yo collectors.
I still have the Guinness World Record for the largest yo-yo collector.
Okay.
And I will tell you, it's been a while since we've had a Worlds in Orlando, but when we ever, or Nationals for that matter, if we can get Nationals to Orlando, we will have a big ass party at my house. And unlike past years where there was the one big floor of yo-yos, I have 2 floors of yo-yos now with an elevator, believe it or not. So it is pretty fun. I still enjoy going into my yo-yo rooms and fiddling around with the yo-yos. So, and my greatest pleasure is having a bunch of people that know yo-yos come to the house, because they will go ooh and ah and point and say Ivor and And you'll have other people walk in and they'll go, that's a lot of yo-yos. Not the same effect. All right, so probably past my bedtime, so. Yeah. Well, thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Mom says he went to his house.
Yo, Mom, can I even know? He has the largest yo-yo collection. I know. Choose four. I know. Can I buy a mystery box for $30? And it gives you at least $40.
Let's go look at it, and then can we go up to the room and get ready for bed?
So Lucky, I can tell you, I have two things I have to bring up. I didn't want to bring it up with the whole group because it doesn't matter. How do you make it, how come it's less fun to talk about history now? It was so much fun to talk about it being the second oldest toy. And that it
right, yeah, just run to everybody's,
It's just, now it's like, hey, so how's Yoyo? Well, about the first known is 1490. You know, it's the first known. It's less fun to tell, right? So that's
I think you just say, nobody knows.
Well, yeah, but see, I'm saying the only thing we know for sure is it goes back at least 500 years. And it may go back 1,000. We just don't know because there's just not any evidence beyond 1490. But I do believe that it is old. I believe it goes back to BC.
Well, you know, just the simple reality that it's a return top ought to give it credit. Because wasn't the top older?
Well, and you could slyly say, well, it's a top, and top have been around for millennia. So and it has. But whether or not there's a true yo-yo in our terms, and is it it comes down to is it Diablo? Yeah, is it Diablo? We have offspring. Is that could some kid have operated a Diablo as an offspring yo-yo back in the day? Probably. So why not?
And my other story that because you know how you kind of, as an entertainer, I had to kind of slightly change the history of yo-yoing throughout my time.
Yeah.
So I had heard from the Duncan video that the original yo-yo was a 20-foot long rope tied to a 4-pound rock, and the hunter would go up into the tree and just throw it down.
Yeah, and then he didn't have to go down.
Like we say, it would hit the ground. He wouldn't have to climb down. He could pull it back up. So it didn't yank his arm off because he was only in a 19-foot high tree.
I've heard that same story.
So now what I did from that is I said the kids in the village wanted to be like the hunters, so they got little rocks and little ropes and threw it down, but that got boring. And one day, one kid got it to climb back up, and then that's how the yo-yo was formed. I loved telling that history for years and years and years, until now I can't.
Well, I think
you would just have to.
Maybe I'm right still. You don't know that.
Yeah. Just say some people disagree, and then wink. That's the way you do it.
Some people disagree.
Yeah.
Well, you got, I like you talked about as far as you love having someone come to your house when they know yo-yos.
Yeah, right.
I have my yo-yo room in my basement.
Oh, sure.
And I have hundreds of people that come to my house and they look through it and they're, ooh, wow. And then one time Andre Boulay came over.
Right, and then it's like.
He sat down and we spent.
Yeah.
He's opening up every drawer and pulling up. I have my original handbook from becoming HPK and all the marketing materials. He's flipping through each page, loving it. It's like, it's so much fun to have someone who really gets it as much as you get it,
So, speaking of that, I want you to, when you get home, to go through your collection and look at your string packs and your patches, because I am working on a new book for just patches and packs. I've got like 600 now. It's amazing how many are out there.
Yeah.
But I find that fascinating, and hopefully we can.
I sold them, but I had some really rare ones.
Well, that's.
They were from Jim Marvey, guy in Minnesota, his
yeah,
collection.
yeah,
and I sold them a few years ago, back. And he had like the ones that was like a Flores pack that was listed in Chicago, and then one in Santa Barbara.
Okay.
Like he had two different
I've got, believe it or not, I have 6 different Flores packs already.
Really?
Yeah, in the book. Ready to go.
I wish I'd have kept that or bought them. I was selling them for Jim when he needed money.
Yeah.
He was clearing out his collection, so I sold a bunch of his stuff.
One of them may,
just wondering if one of them may be in my collection. You don't know.
You
because,
might, I mean,
yeah.
you were buying stuff from when I was selling back then. I did sell you one thing at one time.
Yeah.
Most of my stuff went to Eric and Tim.
Okay.
Tim Birch and Eric Wolf. They bought
Eric Wolf?
He bought a ton of my stuff.
Yeah, I probably ought to call Eric. He's probably got some rare stuff. So
He does. I've been to his house. Well, now that he's he moved from Chicago to Michigan, and his Chicago house had this great displays and all this stuff. And I went and stayed with him a few times, and just spending time at his house was great to look through all that stuff. Plus, he created so much stuff.
Yeah,
from
right.
the real stuff.
Oh, right, exactly.
So that was so fun. But he had some really, really cool stuff. But now he moved to Michigan, and I don't.